This menu is so quiet. It's just like nothing happening. The second I click on options, it's like, and now it plays music. Why not play the music like on the menu part? It's play the music. No, it's just silence. Anyway, let's continue. Save number 2, right? Yeah, because there is no save 3. Beep beep. Are you sure? I am sure. Right, I got locked in the freezer. And, yeah. I have a knife. I still have the knife? What did I use the knife for? I can't remember. Anyway, if I don't get to find a way out of here, I think I'm gonna die. Yeah. No good. I was gonna say, did I hit start recording this time? I'm apparently forgetting to do that these days. I can't hit it hard enough to break it. Maybe it just needs more of a shock, you know? More of a shock. More of a shock. What does that mean? This? What do we got going on here? Okay, we got dry ice. That's heavy. Junpei picked up the dry ice with his sleeve so as to avoid burning himself.
Dry ice is just frozen carbon dioxide, right?
Correct.
Yeah, it is.
Correct.
I wonder how warm it has to get for it to turn back into gas again.
Hell if I know. How is that gonna help us anyway?
Oh, well, I figured we might be able to use it to get out of here.
They were about to move on when when June spoke up.
Carbon dioxide sublimation point is negative 109 degrees.
Why do you know that?
Any warmer than that, and it'll turn into gas. Any lower, and it becomes a solid.
Junpei looked at her, dumbfounded.
Oh, how do you know that?
Despite my looks, I'm the the queen of random knowledge.
Clean? What?
Looks bad to mess up when you're showing off. Oh, you're so cold your mouth's going numb?
Yes, that's right.
Oh, wait, is she? Oh.
You're just doing that on purpose, aren't you?
I was gonna say. June giggled and did her best to hide her guilt. At least she was still feeling good enough to joke around. Junpei told himself.
Come on, guys. Don't you think that's kind of weird? I wonder why it doesn't turn into a liquid first.
CO2 is weird. Santa was... God, his fucking name. Santa was now shivering at an astounding rate, but his curiosity seemed unaffected. She's looking at the cursor. She's like, what the fuck is that? Junpei. It did seem rather odd, or he wanted out of the freezer now. I feel like getting out of the freezer is a good idea. I might just die. Yeah, let's just pick this. Why not?
It is kind of weird.
June answered.
But it can turn into a liquid.
It can?
Carbon dioxide turns to liquid if you put it under high enough pressure.
Ooh.
But at 1 atmosphere, normal air pressure...
It won't turn into a liquid, right?
That's right. Instead of melting, it'll do what's called sublimating and change immediately from a solid state to a gaseous one.
See, that is weird. Water's a liquid between 32 degrees and 212 degrees. So why isn't that the case for carbon dioxide?
June replied with an answer that stunned both of them.
There's a kind of ice that doesn't turn into liquid when it goes above 32 degrees.
Huh?
I heard about it. Its melting point is 96 degrees.
The fuck, is it a metal?
Ice with a melting point of 96 degrees?
You mean there's water that freezes at 96 degrees?
Yeah, well, you could also look at it as ice that won't melt until it's 96 degrees.
God, the fucking text is all... It looks weird. Water that freezes at 96 degrees. Ice that won't melt until it's 96 degrees. Imagine if that was Celsius. Junpei was cold as hell, but this was too interesting to ignore. We're gonna die in this freezer. He did his best to warm up by rubbing his arms and stamping his feet, then put the question to June.
So what's this ice with a melting point of 96 degrees called?
I heard it's called Ice 9.
What?
Ice 9?
Originally, Ice 9 was a made-up substance invented by a science fiction author. But recently, scientists have discovered that such a substance actually exists.
Wait, hold up. So is this thing called Ice 9, or is it water?
Like I said, if the ice is over 96 degrees, it'll be liquid. If it's under that, it'll solidify. So you could think of it as a polymorph of H2O. Here, think of it like diamonds and graphite. They're both made of carbon, right? But depending on the structure of the crystallization, the hardness and structure are completely different.
So you're saying normal water and this Ice 9 are like that?
But what?
Have you heard the story about the crystallization of glycerin? For 150 years after the discovery of glycerin, people cooled it, warmed it. They did all sorts of things to it. But whatever they did, it never crystallized. However, one day in 1920, some glycerin on its way to England by ship was discovered to have crystallized during the trip. Scientists around the world wanted to research this new crystallized form of glycerin and asked for seeds.
Yeah, the auto takes too long to advance.
Oh, a seed is a sample of the original crystallized substance. With a seed crystal, further crystallization of glycerin would be easy.
I'm just like awkwardly sitting here. Fuck, I'm turning into her.
However, something very strange happened. Not only did the glycerin encouraged by seed crystals begin to crystallize, even the samples nearby did, even though they were tightly sealed. And it didn't end there. After that day, it doesn't matter where in the world it is. All glycerin crystallizes naturally when cooled to less than 64 degrees.
What the fuck is she going on about?
Before that day, no matter how glycerin was cooled, it refused to crystallize. But once the crystallization had begun, it was almost like... how do I put it? It was almost like all the glycerin in the world was communicating. Communicating in some way that we can't sense. And now it's happening everywhere.
What? Junpei. What? I'm neither of these. What? I'm confused. I don't know if I'm annoyed. Am I annoyed? I guess not. I guess I'm impressed. Was honestly impressed. It was, in fact, a pretty interesting story.
Wow, that's pretty interesting.
We're gonna freeze to
But,
death in this freezer.
What does that have to do with Ice 9?
To his surprise, it was Santa and not June who answered.
What she's saying is that it's a lot like Ice 9. What happened, I mean.
A lot like? Oh, that would be bad. If water everywhere started freezing at 96 degrees? Man.
Antarctica just goes... like, it instantaneously turns into a liquid.
It'd be the end of the world.
Junpei felt that Santa might not be treating the idea of the end of the world with proper concern.
At any rate, we're not gonna have to worry about the end of the world unless we can get out of here pretty damn quick.
I realized the laws of thermodynamics could just suddenly be like, today I shall change fundamental properties. Junpei shivered.
Alright guys, I think that's enough of that. I didn't think we'd get quite this far off topic. I mean, I know I'm kinda at fault here, but we can't be screwing around anymore.
I feel like I missed something important during all of that. Not in terms of, like, what they said, but more in terms of, like, my choice selection. Maybe I should have chosen Annoyed.
So seriously, I might go by the name Santa right now, but I didn't grow up in Iceland.
It'd be Greenland.
I freaking hate the cold. So let's get cracking, alright? We gotta find a way out of here.
I was just gonna hit the door handle with the dry ice block. I don't think... Santa stomped off, clearly doing his best to pretend the cold wasn't affecting him.
Selfish, isn't he?
Still, Santa was right, and it was high time they got back to their search.
Ice 9 is interesting and all, but we can discuss it more once we get out of this freezer.
Junpei looked at June, nodded, and resumed his search of the room. Alright, time to break it. There's ice surrounding the doorknob. Maybe not. Can I cut the bag open? Do I need to? No? Gonna say maybe I can, like, swoom it on the ice and it'll melt it. I don't know how dry ice works when it combines with water. Wait, you know, yes I do. It, like... What happens if you, like, shoot dry ice... CO2 gas at water? Probably nothing. There's some frozen meat up there. Looks like pork. What's this? It looks like a tag or something. Tag? What? Jumpy, is there a slip of paper in that meat? I think there's something written on here, but I can't read it like this. If we try and pull it out, it'll probably rip. You need to defrost that. Don't think we're going to be doing that in this room. Combine? No. Combine? No. Okay. Everything's frozen in here. It doesn't look like anything else interesting. What about this? This looks interesting. Is that rope? Sturdy rope. It's a rope. We could use it to attach something to something else, I suppose. Tie knife? No. Tie ice? No? Okay. Water bottle. A water bottle. Yes, it is. Who said that? The neck is pretty small. June did. I don't think I could fit anything very big in there. There isn't anything else here that looks useful. I mean, yeah, there is no ice cream in here. Where's my ice cream? There's a freezer and there's no ice cream? What's this? This thing is covering something. It's frozen solid. I can't flip it over. What if I... There's water dripping from this pipe. It looks like when the pipe burst, the water hit the doorknob and froze it in place. This water seems almost warm, yet so put in the water bottle. You... No, damn it. No, I thought maybe they could, like, cut the top of the bottle off and you... put the water in the water bottle. How do... Okay, that's not gonna work. Alright. They said the water felt warm, so maybe... Chunk of pork? No. Dry ice? No. Knife? No. Rope? Wait, no? Okay. Is there a map button? Yeah, map. What have I not looked at yet? It's pretty small in here. A cover. It's frozen in place and I can't get it off. What about the knife? No? Okay. Hey, Junpei. Didn't you find some dry ice earlier? Yeah. There's warm water coming out of that pipe. Warm water and dry ice. What do you think would happen if we put that stuff in a sealed container together? Okay, so now we're gonna try again to cut the bottle open. No? Okay. Put combine. Combine. There's warm water flowing from the pipe. There's warm water flowing from the pipe. Mate! Let's start off by putting the dry ice into the water bottle. But the dry ice is too big. You gotta figure out a way to make it smaller then. Don't you, genius? I need to find a way to make it smaller. Dry ice. Can't you make that stuff cause an explosion if you seal it in something that's airtight? Explode? Yeah, didn't you do that in school? You should never underestimate the power of expanding gas. Well, how does I... All those videos of people turning warm water to steam in icy terrains lied to me. Doesn't it need to be boiling? I think if it's boiling water, you, like, yeet it into the air and it, like, immediately vaporizes. Where, Is there anything else in here? Frozen chicken. That looks like a stomach? That does not look like a chicken. It's really hard. Frozen stiff. Hey, June, can you say that again? Say it again. It's really hard. Again. It's really hard. Thanks. Something wrong, Junpei? Your face is bright red. Nothing, I'm fine. If it's that hard, you can probably use it as a hammer. Good point. Maybe we can use it to break something. Like dry ice? No. Yes. Why did it have to be frozen chicken? I don't know. The dry ice is in pieces now. Okay. I'm gonna put these pieces of dry ice into the water bottle. I don't know why I needed to use a piece of frozen chicken to do that. But whatever. Okay. We did this. There's warm water flowing from the pipe. So... how does I... Not yet, Junpei. We're not gonna get the result we want unless we can hook that bottle to the doorknob somehow. It's gotta explode right next to it. If there's warm water coming out... never mind. Like, if it's warmer, then we can just pour it on the ice, but I guess not. Figure out a way to attach the bottle to the doorknob. Examine the frozen chicken a few times. I already did. I think, didn't I? I think I already did that. I'm assuming that's a... like compressor or something. It's not ready. I need to secure it. Let's just tie the rope on here. Okay. This is like insanely over-engineered. There's warm water flowing from the pipe. Come on. Warm water dripped from the ruptured pipe near the door.
Put water into the bottle with dry ice.
Yes.
And make sure the lid's closed. Now I just have to put this makeshift bomb on the doorknob. Alright, that's set. So, what do we do now?
We just need to give it a little, tap. The bottle's already about to pop. If we just throw a rock or something at it, it'll go off all on its own.
A small rock. Huh. A small rock.
Junpei looked down at the floor. Scattered across it were pieces of dry ice left over from a larger chunk he crushed earlier. Don't touch that.
Alright, this ought to do the trick.
Don't touch that! Oh, I guess he can... okay, sleeve. I guess that works. Pulled his sleeve down over his hand to keep from getting burned and grabbed the dry chunk of ice.
Ah, some dry ice, huh? Not a bad idea.
It was a pretty good size. About as big as a pool ball.
Alright, guys, stand back. Actually, we should probably hide somewhere.
Both Santa and June looked at him with new concern.
Where exactly do you expect us to hide, genius?
Behind door. Wait, no, there's a thing in the floor. Go in there.
There isn't really anywhere big enough.
I was gonna say, like, swing this door open and get behind it.
Yeah, there is. Look, right here. We can hide in there.
Or the floor thing. Junpei pulled open the door to the small cellar.
Come on, get inside, quick.
Santa and June nodded and jumped down into the hole. Can't wait for that to be a trap door that opens up when the other door opens. In his hand, he could feel the chill of the frozen carbon dioxide even through his sleeve. He tightened his grip, took aim, and prepared to throw.
All right, here I go. 3, 4, 5.
You're counting the wrong way.
Oh, oops.
That is a really sad excuse for a joke, man.
Sorry, dude. All right, for real this time. You guys ready?
Yes, whenever you're ready.
Just throw the damn thing.
Can't wait for it to miss.
All right, here I go. 3, 2, 1.
I was gonna say it's gonna miss and he's gonna go to pick it back up and then it's gonna explode in his face. Junpei threw the chunk of ice as hard as he could. With the same motion, he ducked down into the cellar with Santa and June just as... Junpei leapt up out of the cellar and ran to the door.
Jumpy! The ice on the door! Is it gone?
Yeah,
So
it's gone.
over-engineered.
The blast must have shattered it.
Yes! All right, let's see if it opens.
Junpei grabbed the knob and pushed with all his might. The door gave way easily, and all three of them tumbled out of the freezer at once.
Hooray! We're out!
Yay. June, relieved, collapsed onto the floor.
Move!
Santa shoved past Junpei and ran straight to the grill, which he immediately grabbed.
Oh, god damn it! Hot, 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 hot! Fuck!
He just like slammed his hands down on the burning surface. He proceeded to kick the grill in a futile but amusing fit of rage.
Well, you did just grab the grill. What did you think would happen? Hey,
Language
where's
rain.
Lotus?
Is she dead? It only took Junpei a moment to find her. She was sitting on the counter, idly scratching her chest.
Welcome back. I was starting to get tired of waiting for you guys.
Mate, we were about to die in there. With a great yawn, Lotus lowered herself off the counter. Junpei clenched his teeth and walked toward her.
What were you doing?
What do you mean, what was I doing? I was waiting.
We were gonna die!
Oh, yeah? But you didn't. So everything worked out all right, didn't it?
What the hell?
Just kidding. It might not look like it, but I was really worried.
Oh, don't give me that crap.
I'm telling the truth. I mean, if you died, then I'd be in trouble too. If you died, then I'd be stuck here, and I'd die too. See? I did all I could. I even looked around to see if there was anything I could use to pry open the door. But I couldn't find anything. So, all I could do was wait. I mean, what else did you want me to do? Call the cops?
It was true that there wasn't much she could have done, but something about her tone. Junpei grit his teeth.
Fine. But there's one thing I have to ask you.
What's that?
You didn't close the door, did you?
Wait, what? You think I closed the door on you? Why would I do something like that? It closed on its own.
Uh-oh.
I told you before, if you die, then I die too.
Yeah, I guess so.
It seemed that an accident was the only explanation for the door's closure.
If she had really wanted to kill us, all she had to do was bar the door from the outside. But she didn't. Well, she didn't do anything. She's only lazy, or negligent at least, not an attempted murderer.
Okay, Junpei swallowed his anger and did his best to apologize.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I doubted you.
Oh, yes, well that's all right. As long as you understand.
Lotus looked away and then twirled her hair between her fingertips. His vengeance against the grill complete, Santa swaggered back toward Junpei and Lotus.
Hey, no more screwing around, you two. Break time's over. Especially for you, lady. You've just been sitting on that fat ass of yours while we were freezing to death.
How rude! I was plenty busy.
Damn, Rain.
Yeah. How about you put all that energy into something besides bitching? Let's go.
Okay. What do I have this now? The pork. I guess I'll go to the grill? Guess I'll put this meat on the grill. It's time to cook. What are you doing? What are you gonna do if the paper burns? Come on, it'll be fine. I mean, it's not like it's gonna burn right away, right? We just gotta keep an eye on it, and the paper will be fine. They can argue all they want. I'm gonna keep an eye on the pork. Looks like it's about time. As food, I guess, I'm gonna try taking the paper out. Be careful. Sweet of her to care, but I know what I'm... Ow! See? I told you. The hell are you doing? Hurry up and take the paper out. It's not coming out. This thing's frozen stiff. I can't get it out. Well, then cut the fucking meat. So, are we gonna have to cut the meat? Looks like it. Looks like that way. Okay. How do I cut the meat? Looks like we'll have to cut into that meat to get that piece of paper. Junpei, I thought you had something you could cut meat with, didn't you? How do I get the... How do you get items out? Okay, that's how. Now that I've sharpened the knife, I cut the pork. I was wondering what that knife was for. Awesome, Junpei. If they were pro gamers, now that they had the door open, maybe they could have had people go inside one at a time till their heartbeats temporarily stop so they could take the bracelets off. I don't think they would come back from that. Now we can cut the paper. I'm still all down for shitting strats. C10 plus F. Is that hex code? Hold on a minute. C plus 10 plus F. Don't you think it's some kind of code? They're just screwing around. Junpei, do you know what C and F stands for? You think maybe corporate finance? I thought it was clever and funny. Fucking... I don't feel like remembering. C is 12, F is 15, so 12 plus 15 plus 10. What is that, 37? Can I put in the number? This is probably what you're supposed to use to enter the password. Maybe if we put in the right number, it'll open the oven door. Junpei, maybe that note you found earlier. Yeah, I know. Do you know how to enter those numbers? Okay, throw me some numbers. I think E is for enter and C is for clearing. When I'm ready to submit my answer, I press E. If I screw up, I press C. Yeah, alright, let's give it a shot. No? I don't know how to do math. It's 15 plus 12, right? 27 plus 10, 37. This is weird. You're just punching in random numbers, aren't you? No! Maybe you just enter it like it said in the hint. Shut up, shut up. Like said in the hint? What? C is 12. F is 15. Oh, 10 is 6. I forgot. That's not like a thing you have to think about ever. I keep forgetting about that. 10 is 16, that's right. So it's, God, my fucking skin is so messed up right now. Ow! It's 12 plus 16 plus 15. So is that 43? Yes, 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 yes. There. Sounds like metal is falling. I guess that went well. Alright, what do we got? Yeah, the door opened. Good job, Jumpy. What is that, a card? Saturn key card. Looks like a lowercase h, but the line through it is throwing me off. It's Saturn. It's the symbol for Saturn. Remember, there was an elevator next to the main staircase? Wasn't there a mark like this one on the card reader next to it? Oh yeah, I remember that. I guess that means this card ain't gonna help us out of this room then. I'm not sure. Why don't we try it out? Where's that reader? Yeah, there it is. Beep beep. I think it's unlocked now. You did it, Jumpy. Let's get out of here. Open. Let's go. Yeah, this room sucks. Get me out of here. Let's take a drink.
I think we've been here before.
A metal grate stretched from wall to wall. Beyond it were two elevators and the entrance to the kitchen.
The elevators are over there, so that means...
Wow, we're on the other side? No way.
We went into the kitchen through that door and came out on this side.
That means the map was right.
Looks like.
Then let's use it to plan our next move.
Next move?
Yeah, we need to decide where to go from here, don't we?
He's right. Let's get started.
From the looks of it, there are 4 possible routes.
While they're talking, I'm gonna... Yeah, I'll put it on to novel mode. I'm sorry, adventure mode.
Let's just keep it simple and call them A, B, C, and D. First, A and B.
They both seem to connect to a room that looks L-shaped.
Yeah, there were 2 doors. But they were both locked. We couldn't open them.
Now, Route C. This goes all the way to the main staircase.
That means it's door 5, one of the numbered doors.
Then do you think we would meet up with the other 4 after this hallway?
No, I don't think we will.
Why not?
Look, there by the stairs. See how the gate is opened? When we went into the kitchen, it was closed. But it's open now. What do you think that means?
They opened it.
Most
Okay.
likely.
No. Sorry, I was applying
And if
things
we
to
take
my
Route
skin.
C, we're going
That would be pointless.
Then that means...
Go to novel. Thank you. I'm clicking on this. It's fucking skipping text. We're going backwards. That would be pointless. That means... I was gonna say, is there not like a scroll up mode in this game? It's only in this mode. All 4 looked at the map. They all looked at the staircase. Its lazy curve leading down deeper into the ship.
Route D, then.
D it is.
We can use the door to go into this room? We can use stairs to go up and down in elevation?
Yep, Route D.
Oh my god.
Then we're set.
They jogged down the stairs until they reached the C deck.
Everything looks okay here.
Let's check the next deck just to be sure.
Yeah, just like I thought. D-deck is totally underwater.
Just like the bottom of the central staircase.
The water gazed back at them, its smooth surface like a great mirror.
At least the water level hasn't really changed.
Sorry, hold on. Damn. No, whatever. Almost made a mess by accident. Okay, there we go.
Small comfort.
May as well head back to C deck.
What else is here?
Trying to keep an open wound on my hand sealed, but it keeps ripping open again, so I have to keep it covered.
There are 2 elevators over there at the top of the stairs. Just like the floor above.
Hold on. These are kind of different. See? There's a card reader on the side.
Oh. It's in the middle?
Another strange mark.
Fuck, is that Uranus?
Hey, look! It's Lotus's symbol.
Is that? What?
Huh?
See? It's the woman symbol with horns on it.
Oh.
That seems like...
And he's dead.
Oh, ouch, 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 ouch.
Lotus had taken hold of Junpei's hair. She began to shake him violently, and he thought he heard a low growl coming from her throat.
What was that about the mark again?
Nothing.
Such violence. Junpei began to wonder if she was not the devil itself. With an uncomfortable smile, Junpei spoke up.
This is a Mercury
Or June.
symbol.
June. Oh, it's Mercury. Okay.
The horns symbolize the wings on Hermes' staff.
Hermes herpes, whatever.
What?
If we can't get this thing to work, these elevators aren't going anywhere.
Read
In
what?
other words, we need a key card with the Mercury symbol on it.
Probably.
I guess we can't get on then. Let's just disregard the elevators for now.
How about this hallway on the left?
Whoa, there's so many doors.
Oh, no. They weren't sure how many, but certainly enough to be discouraging.
Damn it. If we try and search all these, the sun's gonna go down before we've done half of them.
I think the sun already set.
I have a feeling this ship is the only thing that's going to be going down anytime soon.
That's even worse.
Well, we can come back to this hallway later. Let's check the hallway on the other side, shall we?
Time to head back to the stairs.
To their right was a small hallway.
Now the right hallway.
Quickly, they headed into it. It was approximately the same size as the alcove in front of the stairs. The hallway led toward the stern, and at its end was a set of double doors.
There are doors here too. Well, I guess it's just 4 this time.
Let's open them.
All right, let's start with this one.
Doors? You can open them? Junpei nodded and then grabbed the closest one to him. He gave it a small tug and felt it move.
Huh, it isn't locked. I'm going to open it.
Thrilled to have found an unlocked door, he threw it open. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Junpei didn't know what to make of what he saw.
What?
Oh. I was gonna say, those doors all look like they might lead into the same room. He simply stood, unable to speak. The other simply stared, open-mouthed. After a few long moments, Santa managed to speak.
What the hell is this? This place is huge.
A massive room stretched out in front of them, more of a cavern than a room. Is nap time? Its vastness was oppressive, and it bore down on the four companions. While it was not empty, however, the entire room was filled with lines upon lines of beds.
Oh, there are beds everywhere.
They were simple things, little more than pipe-and-thin mattresses.
Is this a hospital?
He had at last been able to put a name to the harsh scent that pervaded the room. Pervaded.
It definitely has the smell.
Could be. I see medicine cabinets and surgical tools.
Hey, look there. The 4 doors at the end.
Yeah, I think it's nap time. You could, take, 6 of these and stack them on top of each other, and it might make a good bed. Or make a mattress fort. The 4 doors at the end. 3 of them were emblazoned with large single-digit numbers that were made with thick red paint.
The left door says 3. The second door is blank, but the third has a 7. And the rightmost door is 8. There's no doubt. They're numbered doors.
Why is the second door blank? That seems kind of strange, don't you think?
Maybe it's not locked?
No point worrying about it right now. Let's see if these will open first.
Yes, that sounds like a good plan.
Maybe we should check the map first? Junpei headed toward the doors, weaving his way between the beds. He started with door 3 on the left, and moved to the right until he reached door 8. Insubordinates detected.
It's no use.
Detonating in 30 seconds.
Well, of course. If it was that easy to open these doors, what would be the point of the notary game? We have to activate the red, or the numbered doors won't... Wait a minute.
What's wrong?
Look, the display on the red. There's nothing on it.
Is it broken?
Huh?
Don't you remember? The red at the central staircase? If no one was inside, it said vacant.
Oh yeah, you're right.
But this one,
There's nothing on it.
right?
I wonder if it's broken.
Only one way to find out.
It's not responding.
After detailed examination, I've realized these contraptions are called doors. We can use them to enter and go into another room. All 4 took turns placing their hands over the red, but it refused to respond. They pulled the lever, and it still did nothing. And they soon discovered it wasn't only the red for the door 8 that had been behaving strangely.
How about the red on door 7? And door 3?
None of them are working.
What does it mean?
I knew it. They're broken. Zero sure sucks at maintenance.
No, that's impossible. You really think Zero, who prepared all of this, would make such a stupid, simple mistake?
It would be funny.
Maybe, but that doesn't explain why this thing ain't working.
It was at that moment that they heard a voice from behind them.
I believe the bottom of the device has been removed.
Oh. They spun around to see...
Snake!
the guy. But it was more than just Snake.
Ace! Clover! 7!
Although they were glad to see one another, it wasn't terribly surprising that they had. If it had been the other party who'd opened the gate in front of the kitchen, it wasn't unreasonable that they'd bump into one another eventually. The rest of Snake's team, however, did look rather surprised.
How?
How did you guys...
How did you end up here?
That's my line?
Perhaps we should exchange information.
Yes, that sounds like a good idea. I hate how soft his hand looks. I don't know, it's just like... It's like the second time I brought that up. After a moment of silence and surprise, everyone suddenly began to talk, desperate to exchange information. They talked about the rooms they had been through, and how they'd ended up in the same place. Of course, none of it was very useful information. Excuse me, but that hardly mattered. They were happy to simply see one another again. Although the level of cheer varied greatly from person to person, each one of them was wearing some manner of smile. Almost as though they had already forgotten about the death of the ninth man. No, thought Junpei. Perhaps that wasn't it. Perhaps thoughts of his death were what drove them to smile at one another. Not in a morbid or hateful way. No, the ninth man had died. But they were still alive, and that was something to be happy about. It cuts to 00's just like, fuck, shit, fuck, the fucking batteries and the doors died again, god damn it. A sort of simple, uncomplicated joy, Junpei thought. The joy of being alive. Still alive. He felt sorry for the ninth man, but more than anything, Junpei was just happy to be alive. Alive, 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 alive.
There you have it. Our half of the story.
His part finished, Ace fell silent. For a moment, Junpei was silent in thought. Then he spoke.
Okay, let me see if I got all this straight. When you guys got here, the bases for the Reds were already gone.
And you looked all over this room, but you couldn't find anything.
So you figured
It's so sad that Spamton died.
that there might be something in the hallway with all the doors.
So you went and had a look?
Yeah.
And while you were looking around, you heard voices.
Uh-huh. So you followed the voices and came back here.
Indeed. And that was how we found you.
Why don't we check those 3 Reds again, just in case?
You're right. Huh, there's a long, thin gap on the bottom. I think it's a slot for something, probably electronic.
He's talking about these?
Well, this isn't good. If the red is inactive, we can't keep going.
Well, what about that hallway over there? Isn't there anywhere else we can go?
No, there isn't. There are plenty more hospital rooms, but nothing else.
Hospital rooms. That's what's behind all those doors?
Yes. There are a number of individual rooms in addition to this large one.
There was a door at the end of the hallway, but it was locked.
There was an astrological symbol engraved near the keyhole, however. I was able to get a good feel of it. I believe it was the symbol of Jupiter.
Morgana?
Again, those goddamn things are everywhere.
I wonder what they all mean.
For a moment, everyone was silent, deep in thought.
While we're asking what things mean, what's the deal with this room? I mean, I thought this was a cruise ship, but I can't imagine a cruise ship would have a hospital like this.
Of all people, it was Seven who answered, and with calm confidence.
Well, I figure it's probably a hospital ship. Chances are it's the Gigantic.
Oh?
The Gigantic?
Junpei looked confused. So did everyone else.
What is this gigantic?
Seven knit his brows for a moment, then began to explain.
The Gigantic.
Oh?
She was a sister ship to the Titanic, built in the early 20th century.
Okay, so the idea of a sister ship, us being on a sister ship of the Titanic, so I was right there, then. I guess it kind of makes sense, yeah? 1 second, do that. There we go.
Actually, the Titanic had 2 sister ships, and they looked exactly the same. The Gigantic was said to be one of them. They intended to make her a passenger liner like the Titanic, but World War I began soon after the ship launched. The British Navy took her over and made her a hospital ship. At some point during the war, the Gigantic was damaged by a German mine in the Aegean Sea. She ran aground afterwards, so she didn't end up sunk. What happened to her after that? One theory going around is that a man named Lord Gordain bought her.
Is this like a real thing? I was afraid to tab out of the game, but now I'm remembering that I can without it crashing. This is like a real ship. How many fucking sister ships does the Titanic have? 4? The sister ship to the Olympic and Titanic was originally intended to be named the Gigantic. Okay. Snopes says it's true. I don't know if I don't know.
Seemed like he'd been one of the few to survive the Titanic sinking. That trauma turned him into some kind of obsessive collector of all things related to the Titanic. Soon enough, the guy wanted the Titanic itself. Which was impossible, of course. It's stuck at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. But the Gigantic wasn't. And seeing as she was identical...
So you're saying this Lord Gordain bought this ship?
Yeah, at least I think I am.
That's impossible. No way we're in some boat that's almost 100 years old.
Pipe down, just pay attention. What, that's it? Well, have you got any proof?
Proof?
Proof that this ship is really the Gigantic.
Well, this ship's got stuff that's like the Titanic and a hospital ship. So, I just figured.
Oh, for goodness. Don't tell me that's your only reason.
I mean, it's better than nothing.
No, I've got more.
Like?
Well, I mean...
Seven looked around desperately, doing anything to avoid meeting Lotus's piercing stare. He scratched his head for a moment, and then gave up. Finally, he opened his mouth.
I don't know.
Lotus sighed and shook her head.
I guess your memory isn't back yet, is it?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Hey, whoa, wait a minute. Memory isn't back?
What? Junpei he felt legitimately shocked for what seemed to be a new and very important piece of information. Everyone else, however, seemed unimpressed. In fact, they all looked at Junpei as though he had said something very strange. Oh, you're getting that awkward stare.
Your point being?
He decided to revise his attitude for the next question.
Wait, was I the only one that didn't know?
Everyone nodded.
Why?
Oh, yeah, I guess I didn't tell you, huh? I told the rest of them before we ran into you on the stairs. I told them I couldn't remember a damn thing from before I woke up.
What?
Then, almost as if to save Junpei from further embarrassment. Ding dong. A bell began to ring from far away.
Huh. A bell.
It sounds like the clock in the main stairway.
Junpei counted each chime carefully.
10, 11, 12. Huh, 12.
Is this going to be one of those things where, again, I've got no proof of it, but, like, is this going to be one of those things where, Seven is actually the masked man and he, like, removed his own memory so he could take part in the Squid Game, in the non-Airy game?
It's midnight.
No-Nuri, sorry.
Then we've still got 6 hours left, right?
We don't have any time to screw around. Let's get going. We gotta find the missing parts for the Reds.
What do you mean, find? How on earth do you propose we do that?
No, Masked Man was pretty short, though. Wasn't he? Yeah.
We've looked everywhere in this room. That only leaves one place to look.
One?
Well, not just one.
Why did that not line up with the text? That's weird. I hate when that happens. I know, it's just...
Wait.
triggers me.
Don't tell me you mean we need to search all of the other rooms.
Yeah.
Don't freak out. We've already searched 4 of them.
4 rooms?
We just have to split up the rest between the 8 of us. If each of us can do 6 rooms apiece, we'll have the other 48 rooms cleared in no time.
No, you gotta read the fucking... It says person.
There are 48 other rooms?
Her earlier experiences had apparently not encouraged Lotus to trust Seven. Seven scratched his head awkwardly.
Maybe?
All right,
Maybe.
so everyone knows which area they're searching?
Yeah.
Yes.
No, Junpei was chosen to search the rooms on the starboard side, moving fore to aft.
We'll all
I don't
meet
know
up
what that
when the clock
means.
goes off again.
From front to back.
How about in that room with all the beds?
Yeah. Sounds straightforward enough.
I'll shout if I find any of the components we need.
I hope we can find them within the time limit.
If we can't, then we'll just have to come up with another plan.
Right.
Then let's do this.
Let's do this. The details decided, they left to begin searching. Out into the hallway they went, each to the rooms they'd been assigned. However... What? From far away, Junpei heard the bell ring. It did so only once. It was 1 a.m.
It's 1. I better get back to the others.
I didn't actually have to do anything? I'm confused. What's happening? Why do I have a bad feeling about it? He jogged through the entrance of the large hospital room to find the 6 others already there.
Huh?
Ace, Santa, Clover, June, Seven, and Lotus. They had gathered in front of door number 8. Or perhaps to be accurate, they had gathered in front of the red next to the door number 8.
What are they doing over there?
They're trying to fucking leave me behind? I'll kill them. What if it's like Cold Steel and Clover is the reincarnation of Zero? They were actually stuck in cryogenic pods till she was ready. It's currently the year 2248. Had one of them found the missing piece?
What happened, guys?
It was June who answered him.
Jumpy, look!
What? She was pointing at the red. He pushed through the others until he stood in front of it. I'm so confused. What happened? Immediately he knew what she had meant.
Vacant?
Junpei sighed.
Come on, guys. Who was it? I thought we were supposed to yell if we found it.
Well,
Junpei wondered why she was hesitating. The others looked as confused as June, but kept their mouths shut.
What the hell? What is up with you guys?
They all knew something he didn't, and Junpei wasn't about to leave things that way. Finally, Lotus frowned and spoke.
Well, that's the thing. We don't know.
You don't know?
When I got back, it was already like this. There was no one else here. That means I was the first one back, but the missing parts were already back in the red.
What? Let me see.
Junpei looked at the bottom of the red again, just to make sure. I don't see any missing whatever. The slot had been open... That had been open on the bottom was now covered with metal.
You're right. It's in there. What about the other 2?
They're the same.
Let me take a look.
Junpei quickly examined the other 2 boxes. What was the...
It's just as you said.
What was the point of... Satisfied that they were also repaired, but still very confused, he returned to the others.
Alright, I just want to be sure here. Nobody has any idea what the hell happened here, right?
Correct.
none.
Ace and June nodded silently. Seven raised his hand as if to say not me, and Santa just shrugged. Only Clover lowered her head and did nothing.
Huh. Wait a minute.
That was when he noticed.
Where's Snake?
Junpei swept his eyes across the room in a second time, but Snake was nowhere to be seen.
Does that mean that he found them?
I've no idea. There's nothing to suggest it, but nothing to suggest he didn't either.
I don't suppose we'll know until we can ask him in person.
Well, whatever he did or didn't do, he's pretty damn late. What the hell is he up to?
Maybe he's lost.
Yeah, well, that seems likely. Dude can't see. I don't know how he gets around in the first place.
Why would, well, yeah, that does, Because he couldn't have split up from the others, right? He would have had to stay with Clover. So the whole idea of each of them searching a room doesn't really make any sense. Clover raised her head.
No! That's impossible!
What? Suddenly she was shouting.
Yeah, my brother's blind, but he's got really great hearing. He can get around as well as anyone who can see.
Okay, calm down.
So he couldn't get lost. That's impossible.
Okay. Clover had started to shake, with the knuckles of her hands had gone white. She spun around, but before she did, Junpei noticed tears welling up in her eyes.
I'm gonna go look for him.
Okay, I'm not to be rude about it, but like, I feel like Clover's voice, she exudes like a 4Kids energy, like Kirby right back at you voice actor. Why do I feel the constant need to stretch my spine out? Fucking spine, it's useless. I need to get it out. The words were barely out of her mouth when she began to run.
Hey, hold on, Clover. Wait!
Junpei cried out to her, but he was too slow. Maybe Sonic X? Gotta go fast. She kept going, and, oh god, the fucking kerning for the word end. It looks weird. The N is like too far to the left. Before anyone else could react, she was gone.
Well, that didn't work. Damn it. What should we do now?
Well, the red is working now.
No! We're not leaving two people behind! We should go look for them!
That do be Wendy Lee for you? Is that her name? Wendy Lee. Roles? I don't know what else she's been in. Resident Evil Damnation. Oh. Ugh. I'm so sorry. Huh. God, she's been in a lot of anime. Holy shit, that's so much. Looking for games. Video games, there we go. Devil May Cry 5. Huh. It's just like the voice that she's doing is very like Amy Rose from 4Kids, I guess. I don't know.
Oh man, this ain't good.
Oh, yes, what an excellent idea. We just wasted a bunch of time looking for some piece of electronic junk. Now let's waste some more by looking for a couple of idiots.
Kind of need them.
Then remain here if you feel you must, but there's no time. We've only 5 hours left.
Junpei and the others nodded to one another and took off in a run. In front of the stairs that led to B deck, they decided to split up.
Let's split up.
All right, I'll take this direction.
Then I shall look that way.
I'll be over here.
See you all later.
Soon only two of them were left. Those two were Junpei and June, who had been a few steps behind the others.
All right, we should go too.
Yes, let's go!
Yes!
But where should we start?
Let's see.
I can go back to the hospital room. I feel like this is the correct answer. The casino, the first class cabin. Let's start with the casino.
How about the casino on B deck?
Okay, let's go, Jumpy.
They took off the stair, up the stairs in a run. At a run. Run. Before they knew it, they were there. So was Lotus. She was leaning against the wall, examining her nails.
Hey, what do you think you're doing?
She glanced up at him, unimpressed.
Isn't it obvious? I'm looking for Snake.
I'm just not seeing it.
Really? Maybe you need to look harder.
I don't think that's the problem.
Oh, by the way, I've got a proposal for you two. Care to hear it?
Oh. Ah, fuck, what? What do you want?
What is it?
Well, I don't like to beat around the bush, so I'll get right to it. Why don't we team up?
Team up?
Yeah. What? You need me to explain it to you? I'm saying, why don't we go through a numbered door?
Even if we wanted to, that's impossible.
Why?
Jumpy's bracelet number is 5, mine is 6, and yours is 8. Our digital root would be 1.
Yeah. Yeah.
But there's no number 1 door in the large hospital room. The only doors there are 3, 7, and 8.
Then we add another person.
Huh?
Who?
What, isn't that easy? 7.
Oh, if we add 7, 5 plus 6 plus 8 plus 7 equals 26. The digital root of 26, 2 plus 6 equals 8.
I don't know how I feel about, like, leaving other people behind, though. It just seems like a bad idea. The 4 of them could go through the number 8 door. But...
Wait a minute. What about the other 4? Ace, Snake, Santa, and Clover.
Well, why don't you add them up?
I mean, I'm gonna have to do it. Like, I think I have to get every ending. I'm pretty sure that's a thing. So, I guess it doesn't really matter. That was simple enough.
1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 equals 10.
When was the last time I saved?
And 1 plus 0 equals 1. The digital root for those 4 would be 1.
That's right.
And you know the number 1 door isn't in the big hospital room, right?
Of course I know that.
No! Are you saying you'd leave them behind?
Of course not. What kind of woman do you think I am? Once we get off the ship, we could come back and rescue them, couldn't we? Then we wouldn't really be leaving them behind.
Don't try to lie to us.
I don't really think I trust her.
I don't think you do anything of the sort.
Really? Why do you think that?
You remember, don't you? We have less than 5 hours left. Even if we manage to escape, there's no way we could come back to rescue them in less than 5 hours.
Well, you never know until you try.
No, you're not thinking this through. Even if we brought 7 with us, we wouldn't be able to get off the ship. The 4 of us couldn't open door 9. It is hidden.
Oh, he's right.
But an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9.
Yeah, that's right.
Didn't I think I mentioned this earlier. Like, doesn't that mean that not all of them are going to be able to leave? Because, like, only a couple of them can go through door 9.
The digital root for the 4 of us would be 8, so we'd have to add Ace to make 9.
That's right. Unless we bring Ace too, we'll be stuck.
Lotus scratched the back of her ear.
Oh. Well, that's unfortunate.
Unfortunate? That's all you have to say?
She didn't sound particularly bothered by what Junpei said. Nor did she seem particularly surprised.
Well, let's try and find another way, okay? A way to get out of here with all 8 of us.
That's impossible. Are you being serious? And you do know that only 5 people, at most, can go through one of the numbered doors, right? The number 9 isn't going to be an exception to that rule. Regardless, at least 3 people will get left behind.
Huh?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
The moment he said it, Junpei felt a chill run down his spine.
No. Wait just a second. You're skipping over a really big detail.
Hmm? What she said was true, but... how could Lotus remain so cavalier about so terrifying a prospect when it was beyond him?
Is that really okay? That means 3 people will die in the end. Are you okay with that? That's just...
Lotus's forehead furrowed.
Do you think I could have a moment alone? There are some things I need to think about.
Okay. Junpei and June turned and began walking away from Lotus.
That didn't turn out to be a very pleasant conversation.
Yeah.
Junpei's heart felt heavy and his steps sluggish. But he told himself pessimism would get them nowhere.
Well, regardless,
He forced himself to smile and turned to June.
let's just focus on finding Snake for now, okay?
Yes, you're right. We can think about those other things later.
Yeah. All right.
Junpei nodded.
Where should we go next?
Where should we get next? I guess I'll just go down the list.
Let's go take a look at the first-class cabin. It's really close.
They turned around and took off down the hallway to their left. Outside of the first-class cabin, they found Clover. She was standing in front of the wall. She was staring at a meaningless point on the wall, her eyes blank. What should Junpei do? Talk to her.
Are you all right?
He did his best to sound friendly, but Clover didn't respond.
Look, I know you're really worried, but
He could think of no words to say that didn't sound hollow and fake. Junpei hesitated. Clover was so consumed by worry and fear that Junpei feared it would crush her. Her actions didn't surprise him. She had suddenly lost her brother, who seemed to have been very close to.
Alone.
Her voice was thin and barely audible.
Alone.
What?
Hmm?
Alone?
Alone.
Chaos Emeralds?
I said leave me alone!
Okay! Suddenly she was screaming.
You're so annoying! Just go away and leave me alone! Just looking at you guys is pissing me off! Go away, okay? Just go somewhere else! Stop bothering me!
Okay, Junpei was taken aback.
Uh,
Such anger and hate. June's eyes had gone wide with surprise as well.
Why are you still here? Did you hear me?
Huh?
Fine, forget it. If you aren't gonna leave, then I'll just...
Jeez.
all right. Let's go, June.
She's gonna
Yeah.
take out Alone? They turned and left Clover. As they did, Junpei glanced back over his shoulder to see Clover wiping tears from her face. Well, that was... okay. Clover had driven home the misery of their situation, but Junpei told himself that getting depressed would get him nowhere but depressed. That is correct.
We really need to find Snake, for Clover's sake.
He did his best to push away the misery and depression, and forced a smile.
So, where do you think we should go next?
It lets me go back to the casino? No?
Hey, why don't we go back to C-Deck? We can take a look at that hallway with all the rooms.
Okay, let's get going then.
Together, they ran down the stairs. Clover's trying to pay off her student loans? Silly Clover.
It's Ace.
That's never going to happen. Ahead of them, further down the hallway, they spotted Ace.
Hey, Snake! Where are you? Answer me if you're there!
At least he's actively looking for him, where the others are just doing nothing. What should Junpei do? Run to Ace.
Let's go.
Why not? With June in tow, Junpei jogged up to Ace. My nose itches. Fucking glasses. Hearing their footsteps, he turned to greet them.
Ah, hello there.
Hello there.
Snake is... well, that's obvious, isn't it?
Yes.
I assume you haven't found him yet?
Yeah, doesn't seem like you're having any luck either.
I really wonder where he could have gone.
Well, wherever he's disappeared to, we must find him as quickly as we can. For Clover's sake.
Right.
June's face looked kinda enraptured.
By the way, do you think Clover and Snake are really siblings?
Why would you say that?
What? Why would you say that? The question seemed somehow odd to Junpei.
Why? Well, it's obvious, isn't it? They don't look alike at all.
Ace looked at him for a moment, then spoke.
Yes, you know, now that you mention it, they don't.
Now that you mention it.
Still, there are a great many siblings who do not look like one another. It certainly isn't rare.
Junpei wasn't sure why, or even if he was seeing what he thought he was, but he could have sworn that Ace's face tightened as he spoke.
At any rate, we really must find Snake as soon as possible.
And he just kind of does that, though, doesn't he?
The clock is ticking. We really can't afford to waste any time.
Everybody on this ship is fucking
Very well.
suspicious.
Let's get back to the search, shall we?
I'm gonna vent.
You can leave this area to me.
All right. Let's go, Jumpy.
At June's urging, they left. He's lucky I'm on cooldown. They found themselves back at the stairs, but Junpei's mind was in turmoil.
Something about that was... I'll think on it later.
Now, weird things keep happening. I don't like
said,
this.
Finding Snake is our top priority.
Junpei did his best to clear his mind.
All right, where should we go next?
Wait, have I been here? Back to the large hospital room, I guess?
Why don't we go back to the big hospital room?
Okay, let's go then.
They turned and headed back toward the large hospital room.
Hey, wait, that's...
What? What fucking... Is everybody just doing nothing? Oh, right, I guess Santa did say he wasn't gonna help. Santa. Rain Schwarzer. Rain Santa. On their way to the large hospital room, Junpei and June noticed Santa standing next to door number 3.
Santa?
Junpei paused. What should Junpei do? I guess talk to him, I guess. Junpei and June walked up to Santa. I have no idea what
are you doing?
repercussions, like, doing all this stuff has on the story, but I gotta do it, so.
What? You can't tell? I'm checking out the red.
Why? Is there something bothering you?
What? It's not bothering you?
Huh?
The guts of this red. Why wouldn't you wonder who the hell put it back in here?
Yeah, that's true. Well, I'm curious too, but...
Who do you think did it?
Me. Santa's eyes narrowed as he looked at June. She shook her head.
I don't know.
Well, what about you, Junpei? Who do you think fixed this thing for us?
Someone other than the 8 of them. Lotus said she was the first one back. She could be lying. She's kind of been weird for a while. Petition to call school loans blood pacts. Demon contracts. I'm thinking... I'm gonna say Lotus.
You think maybe it was Lotus? They say the first person at the scene is the most suspicious.
Yeah, that's possible. You don't have anything else to suggest she did it, though. You might as well just suspect everybody.
Well, I mean, she kinda... I don't know. I don't trust her, that's for sure. Junpei furrowed his brow.
So, in other words, one of us is the person who fixed the red.
Santa grinned.
Bingo! We have a winner.
But if that's true, then the person who did it doesn't want the rest of us to know that they fixed it.
Yeah.
Calling diplomas Magetama? Are those the things from Nocturne that you eat? Like the demon bugs? Yes, consume diploma.
But why?
No idea. Maybe if they come clean on that, it means we'd find out something else. Something bad.
Something bad?
Dunno. But whatever it is, it's gotta be worth hiding. Of course, it could have something to do with Snake's disappearance.
You think maybe they did something to Snake?
Yeah.
Junpei stared at Santa. There was something about him that made Junpei wary. At first he'd assumed the other man wasn't terribly clever, but Junpei was beginning to think he would need to reevaluate that assessment. When Santa spoke again, his voice was quiet.
Look, if you trust anybody in this game, you're gonna lose. You've gotta be careful. The person you trust the most could turn out to be the one who stabs you in the back.
June? No. Maybe. With that depressing suggestion, he turned and quietly walked away.
And that's that, I guess.
Junpei and June looked at one another and smiled awkwardly. I'm the nonary man. I'm the zero man. Is me. I kidnapped myself. Fucking hair, please. Oh, where would they go next? I guess I'm going to the fucking casino again.
Let's go take a look around the casino.
Okay.
They quickened their pace and headed for B-deck. Oh, she's gone.
There's no one here. Let's try somewhere else.
I can't go back here.
Let's go take a look at the first-class cabin. It's really close. No one's here. Maybe we'll have more luck somewhere else. But where?
Why was that one blanked out before?
Hey, why don't we go back to C deck?
That was weird.
We can take a look at that hallway with all the rooms.
Okay, let's get...
There's not many places to look.
Oh, nobody's here.
Except, you know, in the rooms.
Let's look somewhere else.
But where?
Guess I'm going back.
Why don't we go back to the big hospital room?
Okay, let's go then.
Why don't we go back to the casino? Why don't we go back to the
I
casino?
don't think anyone is here.
Why don't we go back to the casino? Like, it's blanked out now. Why? I don't know. I'm just gonna finish searching. They looked everywhere they could think of, but Snake was nowhere to be found.
Snake hasn't been anywhere we've searched.
Lotus looked around at six frustrated faces. Look at 6 frustrated faces and spoke.
And we can't keep looking for him. Wherever he is, it's not here. We need to get moving.
Junpei couldn't disagree with what she was saying. Snake seemed to have completely disappeared. There was no point to wasting any more time. The others seemed to be having similar thoughts, but they stayed silent. Finally, 7 spoke.
We don't got a choice. Lotus is right. We're not gonna find Snake.
I get the feeling that if I really, like, bore down on it, I can actually maybe find him. It's just it wants me to not go to the blanked out spots. I don't know.
There's a problem, though. We've got to figure out who's gonna go through which door.
Yes, I have a proposal.
She walked back and forth across the floor, her heels clicking against the wood. Finally, she stopped.
Why don't we decide on one person to sacrifice?
Sacrifice?
What's with you and dying?
Well, perhaps that's a bit of a harsh word, but yes. You've all figured it out by now, haven't you? We can't all make it through those doors. If we split into 2 teams of 4 and 3 people respectively, then 3 people will be left behind. If we split into 2 teams of 5 and 2 people respectively, then 2 people will be left behind. But if we split into 2 groups of 3 and leave 1 person out, then only 1 person will be left behind.
Leaving behind 3 people with 2 teams of 4 and 3. Is she right? I don't know. I really don't trust her. I don't know what happens if I say not sure. Man, this means I have to do math in my head. Ugh. And we can't do one of 3 and 4? Like, that's not possible? Hold on. Junpei wasn't quite sure that was true.
Wait a minute. 2 people get left behind if we split into 5 and 2. And 1 person is left behind if we split into 3, 3, and 1. I got that part. You can't go through the numbered doors with any less than 3 people. But if we split into 4 and 3, then why do 3 people have to be left behind?
Just run the numbers. Let's say we go through door 7 with 1, 4, 5, 6. Who's left over?
That would be 3, 7, 8.
What's the digital root for that?
3 plus 7 plus 8 is 18, so add 1.
She's got
8,
the boob. How
9.
can she be mistrusted?
Exactly. But door 9 isn't here, right? That means 3, 7, 8 won't be going anywhere. That was just an example, of course.
There's an absurd amount of, like, oh god, there's too many fucking possible combinations. I don't know.
There are a lot of different combinations, but the result will always be the same. It doesn't matter which 4 it is. The 3 that are left over can't go through any of the doors. Go ahead and calculate it if you have the time. You'll see. Anyway, that's how it is. Now, if we can get back to my proposal. We only have to sacrifice 1 person if we split into 3, 3, and 1.
When Seven spoke, his voice was strained.
Then you're saying we gotta decide who's gonna stay behind.
Yes, we do. Given our circumstances, it's logically and morally the best solution. If the other 6 are to survive, then 1 person has to sacrifice themselves.
No, that's too cruel.
What's so cruel about it?
To just sacrifice someone like that?
I'm just saying, if we employed the shitting strat, we wouldn't have to sacrifice anybody. We just go through the doors and none of this would matter.
Then what's your plan? Maybe we should sacrifice 2 people instead of just 1.
That's not what I meant. We shouldn't sacrifice anyone.
I told you, that's impossible. Wake up.
I mean, if we had found Snake, this probably could have been avoidable.
Whoa, whoa. Calm down, you two.
Sent a step between Lotus and June.
Look, what Lotus is trying to say is, you should aim to bring the greatest amount of happiness to the greatest amount of people, right?
Exactly.
Fine.
That's how democracy works.
Yes, then we leave her behind. Yeah, yep.
And for that reason,
Behind.
I think the only fair way to decide who will be sacrificed is through a vote. What do you think?
Oh, do I get to choose?
No, that's terrible.
I'm not asking you. Shut up.
Wow, rude.
What about you, Santa?
Me? Well, I agree, I guess.
All right, that's 1 vote for. Counting mine, that's 2. 7.
I can't say I agree with you, but we don't exactly have a choice.
Yeah, you're right. Rain's whole thing is self-sacrifice. Darkness, despair.
If we don't do something, we're all gonna die.
Oh, glad to see you get it. If I can get 1 more vote, then it's decided. What about you, Clover?
Clover had moved away from the group and was sitting on one of the beds. Her whole body drooped. Junpei didn't know if she'd ever even heard Lotus's proposal.
Hey, Clover.
I don't like how close she was to the mic there.
Your brother has to be behind one of the numbered doors.
That's BS.
We've searched everywhere, but we didn't find him. Doesn't that mean he has to have gone through one of them somehow?
No. I'm starting to kind of hate her. Clover slowly lifted her face.
Let's go look for him together, okay? If we sacrifice 1 person, then we can go look for him. You agree with me, right?
Okay.
Clover nodded once.
The motion carries.
Lotus spun around and walked toward Junpei.
Now, let's start a vote too.
That won't be necessary.
Oh. Ace had barely spoken for Lotus's entire speech and everyone jumped a little. 6 pairs of eyes turned to look at him. He didn't seem to notice or even care.
I will stay. That should solve our problem, yes?
Oh? What? Why?
Ace, what are you saying? No, you can't do that. That won't solve anything.
June's voice shook, and she looked around desperately for someone to agree with her. Wait a minute, let me think about this. Do we need him for door 9? Because who we leave behind also determines who gets to go through door 9, right? So... Huh. Ace simply looked at her.
June, I'm afraid you may have misunderstood me. I said I would stay, but I never said I would sacrifice myself.
Huh?
I trust you, each and every one of you. I believe you'll come back for me.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. There's optimistic, and then there's just nuts. Those doors only go one way. You go in, you don't come out. If we go through them,
You won't be able to return, correct?
Yeah.
True, but that will not be the case once you've escaped from the ship.
What?
Please, I beg you. Once you've escaped, come back and rescue me. Ideally, within the time limit Zero has given us.
No, that's ridiculous. There's no way we could get back in time.
Finally, Junpei could hold his tongue no longer.
We've only got 5 hours left. We don't even know where the hell we are. How on earth are we gonna find someone to come and rescue you?
Then, perhaps you would prefer to stay instead of me? Or perhaps you would be willing to leave June behind?
Ace's voice was dignified and without a hint of cruelty or malice. Junpei had no rebuttal.
You see, there's no other choice. Then I see we've come to our conclusion. Go on. Don't worry yourselves about me. Go, quickly.
Junpei stood frozen by indecision, unable to move. Jun bit her lips so hard that Junpei feared she would break the skin. Santa stood against a wall, calm and aloof. Seven tore his beanie from his head and turned it over anxiously in his hands. Only Clover stared at Ace, with an expression Junpei was unable to decipher. Lotus's attitude, however, was different from the others.
Good. Let's accept his kind offer then.
Okay. She smiled, her eyes bright. Ace answered with a smile of his own.
Good. I think this is the best for me. Perhaps I'll be able to take a nap. It may be my age, but I get tired so easily these days.
As he spoke, Ace lowered himself down to the floor next to one of the beds. God, I hate that noise. From somewhere deep in the ship, Junpei suddenly heard the screeching of metal on metal. It was almost as if the ship was screaming. Would it really hold until their time limit was up? Already D-Deck was flooded. In the sudden silence, the only sound was the sad metal wail of the ship. Unsurprisingly, it was Lotus who spoke first.
Well, what are you waiting for? We're wasting time. Why don't we hurry it up?
As if a spell had been broken, the others all began to talk at once.
You're right. We should get going. That's all we can do right now.
7.
Seriously. Honestly, I was getting kind of sick of listening to you guys talk.
You too, Santa?
I have to find my brother.
Wait, all of you. Let's just calm down and think about this. There has to be a way to get everyone out. There has to be. Right, Jumpy? Say something.
Yeah, let's think. There's gotta be another way.
Do I get to choose, or is it going to happen automatically? His words sounded hollow and fake.
Fine. Forget about it. I'll figure it out on my own.
She spun around and ran toward Ace. Oh. He had slumped down next to the bed when Jun grabbed his arm and pulled.
Ace! Come on, Ace. Please stand up. You can't give up yet. We just have to sit down together and think about this. We'll figure out a way that we can all get out of here.
Then it happened. Huh? What happened? What? Ace fell forward. He slumped over onto the wooden floor, his body folded in half like a boxer out cold.
Ace!
June cried out and dropped to her knees beside him. She put her arm around his neck and did her best to lift him up.
What happened? Ace, say something!
She shook him frantically. His eyes fluttered open.
I'm all right.
His voice was weak and slightly slurred.
How are you all right?
This.
He held out his left arm and slowly opened his hand.
A syringe?
What? What is that? Soporeal? I don't know. It was a syringe in a small vial. The vial was empty. It had only recently been emptied, and a few drops clung to the sides. There was a label taped on the side of the container. It read, Soporil Beta. Soporil Beta.
Soporil Beta.
Soporil.
What does this do? Did you use this?
Yes. It's just anesthetic. I'll be fine.
He knows he's gonna die.
Anesthetic.
I found it earlier. While we were searching the hospital rooms. I thought it might be useful later. I didn't think I'd be using it on myself.
Why did you do this?
Didn't I tell you? I'd like to take a nap. I really am very tired.
Junpei knew that wasn't why he'd done it. He said injected himself with anesthetic to forestall Junpei and Jun's attempts to bring him along. If he couldn't move, there was nothing they could do. He'd injected himself so that they would be forced to leave him behind.
Ace.
Is there something you want to say?
I guess it's better than drowning. To an extent, I don't know.
I just like to sleep a little.
I mean, he's still gonna drown, but
Keep it down.
if you're not awake for it, then, you know.
No, don't, Ace. Don't fall asleep.
You feel warm. So comfortable. I think I'll have a nice dream.
Ace's eyelids drooped further and further. Almost as though he were dying.
Ace! Ace!
She shook his shoulder again and again, but this time he didn't respond. Only the gentle rising and falling of his chest told them he was alive. Junpei was relieved to see his fate. He was, in fact, still breathing.
Let's get him up on a bed.
He lifted Ace off the floor and laid him on the bed he'd been leaning against. When Junpei turned around, Lotus gave him a look of pity.
Well, we really don't have a choice now. We can't let his sacrifice go to waste.
What was this song?
Right?
Like you even mean that.
You say something?
No, nothing.
It felt wrong, but he had to agree. Then suddenly Santa spoke.
Yeah, but we're not done choosing yet, are we?
Huh? What do you mean?
Yeah, see, he gets it.
Well, we haven't decided who's going in what door.
Oh, I thought he was talking about door 9.
That's true.
We'll get to that point.
Enough of this screwing around. Let's decide. You first, Lotus. Which door do you want?
I want door number 8. It's the same number as my bracelet number.
Got it. You're 8. You're next, 7. Which one do you want?
I'll take 7. I can't get along with that old lady.
What? What did you just say?
Her face distorted by rage, Lotus took a step towards 7. He threw up his hands and made a face like a child caught with his hand in the cookie jar.
Who, me? I didn't say nothing.
Oh, you're gonna get it next time.
She shot him a glare that would have melted steel. Then turned and stalked off. Stalked?
Alright, who's next?
Santa's gaze moved across the 3 people left. Finally, they stopped on Junpei.
Junpei, which door do you want?
At last. Junpei's mind was already made up. Was it? Wait, what happens if I pick door 3? Ow. I'm gonna pick 7. I don't wanna... No, the 7.
I think I'm gonna go with door 7.
Okay, 7 it is.
Yeah.
Alright then. That means June's gotta go through 8.
Yeah, I kinda had a feeling that would happen either way.
What? Why?
What?
Santa grimaced and muttered angrily to himself, but finally began to explain.
If the 6 of us are gonna keep going without leaving anyone behind, there are only 3 ways we can do it.
Plan A.
3, 5, and 8 go through 7, and 4, 6, and 7 go through 8. 4, 5, and 7 go through 7, and 3, 6, and 8 go through 8. Or 3, 6, and 7 go through 7, and 4, 5, and 8 get 8. There are no other combinations.
I mean, we could go through door 3, but you know,
In other
not
words,
allowed.
3 and 4 and 7 and 8 can never go through the same doors. You get it now?
As Santa finished, June looked over at Junpei, tears welling up in the corner of her eyes.
Oh no,
Have fun with the Lotus lady.
you're saying we aren't gonna see each other again for a long time.
Junpei felt as June did. He wanted to be at her side through whatever trials they were preparing to face. But he knew that if they were to survive, he had to swallow his feelings. Since you picked 7, I'll mention door 3 is the one people usually pick in the next playthrough, since they ask multiple times if you're sure you want to go through it. What happens if you go through it? Like, do you just explode and die? See, now I kind of want to try it. He looked at June. He was scared to lose her, but he swallowed, steeled his resolve, and did his best to smile.
Hey, come on. You're making it sound like we're never gonna see each other again. We gotta split up, but only for a while. This is just like when we went into the 4 and 5 doors, remember? We got split up then too, but we all met back up. I'll bet 7 and 8 are just like that.
You mean they're connected somewhere?
Yeah, probably.
Probably.
She didn't sound very hopeful. It was 7 that interjected.
I'm sure they're gonna connect somewhere.
Why? What makes you think so?
If they don't, then neither team can get through door 9. In other words, the game would end right here. Zero's been on top of his shit so far. I don't think he'd blow it now. I'm damn sure that son of a bitch wants to have his fun as long as possible. He's not gonna end this game until we get through the 9 door.
June said nothing. The tears were gone, but her eyes were still sad as they looked at Junpei. He met them, and, what with reassurance he could manage, laid his hand gently over her shoulder.
Everything's gonna be fine. We're gonna see each other again. I promise.
June bit her lip and gave him an almost imperceptible nod.
Yes. Promise?
Her voice was barely above a whisper. Santa's voice shattered the moment.
You guys are done, right?
Like I could go train. I gotta go kill monsters. He stretched and continued.
Anyway, that's pretty much it. Clover and I will both go into separate groups. I figure I'll take 8 and Clover can take 7. Any problems with that, Clover?
Do you find that funny, butthead? Clover looked away and was silent for a moment.
Whatever.
It was more of a dismissal than an agreement, but Santa didn't seem to care.
All right, we're ready to go then. Let's move.
At Santa's command, the group split and headed for their respective doors. Clover, 7, and Junpei walked toward door 7. Oh, Clover's coming with us. Santa, Lotus, and June headed for door 8. For a long moment, they stood in front of the door. 7 took a deep breath.
You guys ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Let's go.
Bing bong.
It's open.
A narrow hallway stretched out before them. 7 and Clover leapt through the door.
Let's do this!
Hurry!
Oh, that's right. If we don't go fast, it closes again. The moment they did, their bracelets beeped. And now it's time to die, maybe? The detonators in the bracelets had been activated. Junpei stepped forward to follow them. But as he was about to step over the threshold, he stopped. He looked to his right, toward door 8. Jun stood there, a mirror image of Junpei. You might want to get in there, or they're gonna... She turned and looked at him. Their eyes met. They nodded.
June,
Jumpy.
Their farewell took almost 1.5 seconds.
What the hell are you doing, Junpei?
Got yanked in, didn't he? Someone took hold of Junpei's arms and hauled him bodily through the door. Bodily? Almost got us killed. He heard the sound of the numbered door slam shut behind him. His bracelet gave a cold electronic beep.
Only 81 seconds left.
We gotta go.
No time to waste, guys. Let's get moving.
What am I doing? Seven led the way down the hallway. Junpei and Clover followed him. I keep wanting to call him Jumpy now. Fuck. As fast as they could. Shut up, monitor. It seemed... After what seemed like far more than 81 seconds, they reached the end of the hall.
Look, the door on the left. I can see the dead.
They're dead. There was no time to rest or catch their breath. Oh, whoops. I clicked out of the window by accident. All three of them slammed their hands in quick succession over the scanner panel on the dead. I was gonna say, watch it not have any power like the ones before. That would be funny. Sorry, you gotta leave and come back. Still trying to catch his breath, Seven leaned heavily against the wall.
It stopped. It stopped.
His smile seemed forced and a little crooked.
This is the second time we've gone through one of these numbered doors, but... Whew, you never really get used to it.
He stood up straight, no longer out of breath, and wiped some of the sweat from his head and neck. Clover smirked at him.
I would have thought a guy your size would have bigger balls than that.
What? What the hell did you just say? Say it again! I dare you!
You have no...
You little... You wanna die?
I'd like to see you try.
You fucking brat. All right, let's go!
What?
Hey, calm down, guys. This isn't the time for this. It's not gonna do us any good.
Yeah, this was the good door. I picked the good door. Junpei sighed. Sometimes he wondered if the doors and the puzzles were really the greatest challenge they faced.
Wait here for a minute, all right? I'm gonna go see if there are any other doors.
They didn't respond, but Junpei was in the mood for a conversation anyway. Wasn't in the mood.
We just came through this door. And of course it's shut tight.
There's a short hallway on the left here, and an iron wall. I doubt I can get through it.
Punch. At last he gave up and returned to Seven, who was lightly tapping on the wooden door.
This door's the only option we've got, right?
Yeah, looks like it.
Hey, something's written on the door.
What?
On that iron plate.
It says operating room. If this thing's telling the truth, there could be body parts inside here.
Okay.
Well, this is probably not going to be pleasant.
Something about it made Junpei feel nervous.
Well, there's no point to standing around. Might as well go in and see what's waiting for us.
Seven grabbed the brass knob and slowly opened the door. The creak of the hinge sounded like the groan of an old woman.
What's wrong?
No, it's nothing.
A chill snaked its way down Junpei's spine.
Let's just go.
Quickly he gathered what courage he could and took the first step into the room. Seven followed with Clover right behind him.
Huh?
Was this thing... dressed room? Klexical room? Droxeal room? Desired room? It's very blurry. Part of the room just past the door was obscured by a screen.
What the hell is this?
Chemical room? I think that says chemical room.
Why don't we take a look?
Hey,
Clavicle. Clover's curiosity got the better of her, and she darted past Junpei to peer around the screen. Corpse? Party? Her scream nearly blew out Junpei's eardrums.
Clover!
He and Seven ran toward Clover to see what had frightened her.
Hey, what's wrong?
They rounded the screen, and the cause of her outburst was immediately clear.
What the hell is this?
He's not even a real person.
Is this a corpse?
Nah. It was something that looked kind of like a human lying across some sort of bed. No, not a bed. An operating table. It's a hell of an operating table. The table sat on a rusty steel lift, and the cluster of bright operating lights shone down on it from the ceiling.
We should probably take a closer look.
At those falls?
Yeah.
Slowly they approached. What is this? As they got closer to the body, it became clear that it wasn't a body at all.
This is...
What the hell? That's just a huge doll or something.
Doll?
Clover did not look terribly comforted. Slowly she approached the operating table and looked as intently as possible, from as far away as possible at the thing. Junpei could see her relax.
You're right. It's only a doll. Man, it really scared me.
She heaved a great sigh of relief and wiped a few drops of sweat from her forehead. Seven smirked.
Well, I guess it would have been weird if you actually had any balls.
Shut it! Don't you start with me, fatty.
Wow, rude.
Oh, what's this? You want a piece of me, short stuff?
Yeah, bring it on, you whale!
Hey, guys, not again, okay? Seriously, knock it off. Jeez. Anyway, it looks like he's got something the two of you could stand to have a little more of. I'm talking about a heart.
Huh? Oh, this? You mean on his chest?
Rip it out?
Yeah.
Yeah, rip it out. It was set a little higher than normal for a human body, but from the shape of the organ, there could be no doubt that it was a heart.
Why would there be a heart in a doll?
I don't think it's a doll.
You think maybe it's like a medical mannequin or something?
Or maybe it's got more personal uses?
Seven, shut up. Seven's grin was more than a little perverted. Clover glared at him.
Anyway, how about we take a look around this place? Let's go.
Okay.
Sure thing.
Okay, now we get started. Ew, I didn't like that. No, preparation? Plepiadation? Seek a way out. Okay, now we get into the thick of it. I don't like this thing. A medical mannequin with its guts showing. Ew. Gross. Hey, Junpei. There's a slit in this thing's chest. It looks like this might pop out. Sure is. There's something in there. Maybe we can get it out. Damn it. Sticky thing won't budge. It's stuck. I guess you can't force it on this one, then. We need something small that can fit into that little hole. There was a table that the mannequin is sitting on. I didn't mean to click on that. I meant to click on this. Like, what is it, these? That's a lot of surgery stuff. There's some scalpels, a few pairs of forceps, and a couple syringes. All of it's too rusty to be useful, though. There's a scalpel here that looks new. It doesn't look new, but newer than the others. None of the other stuff looks useful. Okay. Alright, I guess it's all rusted to shit. You can see this thing's internal organs. If we had something that could fit into those cracks, maybe we could take out some of the internal organs. I have scalpel. I was gonna use forceps on it, but I guess not. These dolls are really kind of creepy, you know. It says something here. John? Doe? You think that's the doll's name? Maybe. This thing's creepy. I wonder why it's on the bed. Let me cut. Creepy medical mannequin is lying on the bed. Apparently his name is John. I didn't have it selected before. An internal organ, specifically a lung. Okay, I think I need to pull the lung out. It did look like it was a little out of place, I guess. There are a whole bunch of bottles on the shelves. They all look like medicine. They've got labels, but they're all big medical words that I don't understand. Fake chest? What is it, some kind of key? Like, why is there this pattern? That's gross. This is the chest. It's a woman's chest. The heart's gone, but it's pretty hot. What? If that kind of thing turns you on, Seven, you're a real creepo. Okay. Wait, did he say that? I wasn't even paying attention. Combine. No? Okay. Maybe you're supposed to heat something like that gauze to kill the bacteria? There's a boiling thingy over there. There's nothing on the lid or in the drawers. Oh, good. This bed doesn't look very comfortable. We gotta find the body parts. An old hard bed. Another medical mannequin. From the looks of it, this one's a chick. She has a name, too. Lucy. Poor thing. Looks like Miss Lucy only has a head and a left arm. Maybe we're supposed to gather all her parts. Well, I got one of them. Damn it, no, stop clicking out of the window. I didn't just mute something by accident, did I? No. Okay, I apparently cannot put the body parts on yet. Oh, there we go. Those are scissors, I think, but they might work. These are used for surgery, right? I'm gonna take one of these. I had a sandwich before I started streaming, and for some reason, body is, like, screaming at me, so... Okay, we got the forceps. That should be good, right? What's this thing? It's got these short iron legs. Maybe it's a heater. There's nothing inside it. Okay, I'm gonna try to rip out this thing's lung. Fake organ. We took the organ thingy out of the chest thingy. It's a lung, not an organ thingy. Huh? This part here on the back, it's all rubbery. You're right. So, it's a fake organ? Of course it'd be... Wait. What's Seven grabbing it for? It feels like there's something in here. You think we can cut through the rubber part? You can cut through. Let's try cutting this organ with the scalpel. Organ key! No? Okay. There's a key in this organ. Found a key in an internal organ. What do I need a key for? Did I need a key for something? Maybe a door? Oh, it does say chemical room. Awesome, it's unlocked. I don't know if I needed the key for that, but... Iron 1, carbon dioxide, ammonia, ethanol, water... What are these? Blue liquid. There's something inside that bottle. Why don't you try pouring some out into the cap? Can't see any reason why not to. What's that? It's bright blue. Do you think it's alien blood? Where the hell did that come from? Alien blood is green, Clover. Thank you. And what do you think it is, Seven? It's obviously horseshoe crab blood. Some sort of special bath soap? What a boring guess. Red liquid. It feels like a Silent Hill puzzle. There's something inside that bottle. Do you think it's blood? No, blood's thicker than that. And what is it? Beats me. The box is locked. Looks like you have to enter a passcode on the keypad to open it. I can only enter 3 numbers. E is for enter and C is for clear. Okay. So I can't enter it right now. Carbon dioxide, iron, Salt, water. Ow. Why is my body betraying me? I was gonna say maybe it's like something relating to the periodic table, but no, some of these are actual chemical compounds. Like iron is an element, yeah, but, you know. Huh? Something stinks. Is it coming from this bottle? It says NH3. Well, that of course stinks. It's ammonia. Ammonia. NH3. Let me apply more of this shit to my hands. It's not really like making it better, it's just not exposing it to air, which makes it hurt less. Okay. What do we got? Book? Jinpei, think there are any slugs on this ship? Huh? Slug? If there are, I was thinking we could put salt on them. What's she pointing at? The label says NaCl. NaCI. That's I or L? It's L. Salt, huh? That animation. Do you think Seven will shrivel up if we put it on him? Hey. You say something? Jinpei, there's a bottle of iron powder on the shelf. How do you know it's iron? The label says Fe. F-E. Fe stands for iron, right? Junpei! There's dihydrogen monoxide on the shelf. Oh, did you know that everybody who drinks it dies? Eventually? Why don't you just say water? What's this? Looks like a can with a spray nozzle. It says CO2. It's a can filled with carbon dioxide. Good stuff. Let's go for a drink. What are you talking about? I'm talking about that bottle. It says, oh god, C2H5OH, right? It's ethanol. You don't drink raw ethanol. That's right. It's also known as ethyl alcohol. It's pretty much what booze is made of. So, you're gonna drink it? Nah, I won't. You might say that's what it is on the label, but there could be anything in there. NH3. Fe. Oh, it's a puzzle. There's a note on top of the table. Iron 1, salt 2, water 3. Carbon dioxide, ammonia, ethanol. What do you think this is a hint for? Maybe it's got something to do with the box. So, iron, salt, water, CO2? Did people mix medicine on this thing? CO2, ammonia, ethanol. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know why that's important. Na is sodium and Cl is chloride. So salt is made up of... Dude! Sodium chloride. Salt. 1 sodium atom and 1 chloride atom. Correct. Iron is Fe. It's a molecule with only 1 atom. I can only enter 3 numbers. Why are you gonna make me do fucking chemistry today, huh? Ammonia is made of 1 nitrogen atom and 3 hydrogen atoms. H2O. CO2. I can only enter 3... Why can I only enter 3 numbers? Well, you see, what you gotta do is you gotta add up their valence electrons. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I'm gonna leave this room for a second. Junpei, where are you going? That's the door we came through. The only thing there is the numbered door. Pretty sure we don't need to tell you that the numbered door is a one-way deal, so... Okay, I get it. There's no point in going back. And they're nodding. Awesome. The word nod has been used a lot today. There's nothing in the heater. John is just lying there. An operating table. Do you think old operating tables looked like this? I don't know why it has, like, a scissor lift on it. That's weird. I have no idea. Hey, I wonder what this thing is. It says kg on the display. You think maybe it's a scale? What's heavier? There's some sort of lid on this thing. Why don't we try opening it? Can't, there's no handle. Can't get under it with my nails either. I thought there might be like a key to activate the scissor lift or something. There is not. A table with scalpels and forceps. They're all rusty though. Just a wooden partition. Nothing special about it. An old, like, surgery rooms. Kind of terrifying. Preparation room. Is that supposed to be an R? It says preparation room. That's an R? That's a pretty tall R. Plepilation. Cool, it's unlocked. Okay, so key consumed? I've consumed key. Alright. I was trying to figure out what that was for. Oh, a piece of paper. What's this? Is this some kind of medical record? New material has been added to the file screen. Oh, wait. Been a while since I got one of these. The medical record. Oh. A medical record found in preparation room. It has records for 2 mannequins. There's a male mannequin named John, a female named Lucy. The record shows each mannequin's total weight and the weight of their individual parts. $53.2 kilograms, 51.3 kilograms. I completely forgot about the file menu. 6.2. Do I have to, like, assemble the body out of the other body's parts and make sure that everything lines up in weight? Huh. This one might be confusing. I think that's Saturn. I don't know. You think this is the exit? There's a symbol engraved over the keyhole. That's Jupiter. Okay, this is the Jupiter symbol. I don't know my zodiacs. Wasn't this Jupiter symbol engraved on the keyhole on the other door? Other door? The door at the end of the hallway with those rooms. You think maybe this door and that door use the same key? Maybe? I thought they needed a key card. What's this? A light switch? Doesn't seem to be working. The fuck is that? Okay. I think I see what's going on here. The blue light turned on. I hear a noise. It sounded like something unlocking. Something unlocked? Leg. Leg. Okay, so I just have to... red liquid. The red light's on now. I think I heard another noise. And then it wants me to combine the colors. I don't know what the white light does. Does it do anything? No? Doesn't seem like it. There we go. See, so simple. I get it. You combine the red liquid and the blue liquid to make a purple one. Good job, Junpei. Junpei. The purple light came on, and I heard it unlock. I'm sure it's unlocked. The locker with the purple plate has got to be unlocked. Did you know it's unlocked? Let's see what happened. I don't know how they're putting it back into the container after that. Fake stomach. That's a really big nose. That's no nose. It's a stomach. Oh, a stomach. Do I need to combine it? No. Left foot of a mannequin. Do you think I'm better? What? Do you think my legs are skinnier? What? The right foot of a mannequin. I guess it's a woman's foot, but damn, doesn't look hot at all. Have you got a thing for feet, Seven? That's crazy. He's a feet man? You're acting kinda sus. He's a feet man. A sink. The doctors and nurses probably wash their hands here before an operation. It's just like a... Doesn't even look sterile in here. Man, 1920s were metal. Nothing suspicious in here. Okay, I guess I'm good in here. How does one combine body part? Some kind of device attached to the bed. It says kilograms on the panel. Is this a scale? How do I put the frickin' body parts in? It doesn't... I don't know. Oh, it is. It's just purple liquid now. Wait. But what do I do with this now? Wonder what would have happened if I had combined them initially in the first place. If I'd made it a purple liquid in the first place, you know? Probably fucked shit out of luck. I don't know. White cloth. There's a pipe going outside. Climb inside. Let's go through that pipe and escape. Are you nuts? What the hell is wrong with you? Junpei, are you flexible like an octopus or something? Yes. Get in. Since we're not octopi, we can't go through that. I like the idea that Junpei just keeps suggesting to go through pipes to escape. Escape. Is there anything else in here? Ah. The hell are you doing? Do you want to get out of here? But I'm tired. There's nothing in the drawer. A cabinet with a drawer in it. I'm trying to be very thorough with my examinations. Sink does not look suspicious. I don't know. What's the purple liquid for? There's some puzzle going on here. I'm confused. Why only 3 numbers, though? Beep, beep. This is a digital root thing, isn't it? Ah, shit. Oh, I gotta do math? 1 atom. I think I see what's happening. I need to, like, combine these into... So, like, this will be the first number, this the second, this the third, maybe. So... 1 atom. Okay, so 3... 1 plus 1 plus 1 is 3. H must mean hot, and O probably stands for orphans. What? H2O must be made of 2 hot orphans. 7? Is your head okay? Can't even think straight. It's 3. C is for carbon, and O is for oxygen. Carbon dioxide is made of 1 carbon atom, 2 oxygen atoms. Well, it's called dioxide, dual oxide. So it's 1 plus 1 plus 2 plus 2. 6. So is it 3, 6? What if I just brute force it? Oh, I can manually change the last number. How convenient. It's like they want me to brute force it. I don't think I'm doing this right. Do I need to add all of them together? Hold on a minute. Iron 1, salt 2, water 3. Carbon dioxide, ammonia, ethanol. Maybe question mark represents a number? Does it want me to add these up, or? It's like, that would still be 3. Four plus that, it's 4, 7... 4, 7, 8? Nope. I'm dumb. There's a reason they're giving me these. 1 nitrogen atom, 3 hydrogen. I get that. 2 C's, 6 H's, and 1 O. This thing won't open. Is it locked? You probably need to put a passcode in. I mean, geez, they've even got a keypad on there. How much more obvious can you get? I can only enter 3 numbers. Only 3 numbers. Well, that wasn't it. I mean, it's just a random number, but it still wasn't it. Is this the number of molecules it has? So carbon dioxide would also be 3. And then ammonia would be... What the fuck was ammonia? 4. Or I guess atoms is what it would be. And then ethanol was fucking... One, two, three... 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 3, 4. Fuck, I gotta write this down. Hold on. Notepad, come to me. I gotta find an alternative to Notepad++, because every freaking time I open it, it just, like, crashes, and I don't know why. I did not want to go into this. So... Okay, now it finally opened. So, iron 1... Salt 2, water. I just typed in mater 3, CO2 3. That's that. I just typed the letter E 3. What was ammonia 4? The fuck was ethanol? That's 9. I just had to write it down so I could do this. Maybe it's just gonna give me a... Well, it can't give me a triple-digit root, because that doesn't... That's not how digital root works. Ah, shit. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4 plus 9. 4. That doesn't help me. 22. Yeah, that's not what I'm supposed to do. Yeah, that's not what you're supposed to do. CO2 is 3, right? Yeah. CO2 molecules made up of 1 carbon atom and 2 oxygen atoms. This video? No, dude, it's sodium chloride.
Just a little sodium chloride.
Actually, dude, it's salt.
That's what I said.
No, dude, you said sodium chloride. Yes, it's the same as salt, but you could have just said salt instead. Everyone in this town knows you're a boy genius, dude. You don't need to say overly large words to sound more intelligent. The fact of the matter is that nobody cares how smart you are. If anything, calling simplistic objects by their scientific name ironically makes you seem less intelligent and more pompous. I know you're smart enough to be better than this.
Such a classic. Did the original get deleted? It says this is a re-upload. That's sad. How dare you? Let me guess, it got copyright slammed. I'm actually, like, really confused right now. I'm trying to, like, figure out how to put this puzzle together. Like, I understand that it's just chemicals and shit, and I think that these are the, amount of atoms in each, chemical, but why, why? 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 9. 3, 4, 9? Maybe it's just like that simple? Probably not. No. Yes? Oh, it was? I thought I was making the bad note. Okay. Fake heart. Okay. It really was that simple. I was overthinking it. I was thinking like I had to do actual math. No. It's alright. A heart. This thing is super creepy. I wasn't expecting to actually solve it like that. I was like, that's too simple a solution, yeah? This ain't good for the heart. Why can I not combine things? I have all the body parts now. It's the right arm of the body. It's kind of creepy.
You think we should go back?
Yeah, I think that's probably best.
Why do I always overthink things, man? Skeeter vid gave me good luck. Clover nodded and left. Junpei was about to follow her when he realized that Seven wasn't following suit. Hmm?
Hey, Seven, what's up?
He didn't drink it, did he?
Oh, well,
He looked up at Junpei distractedly, then back down at the brown bottle he had held cupped in his large hands.
Is that a medicine bottle?
I got curious about it. Here.
Okay, he didn't drink it? Good. In response, Seven tossed the bottle gently to Junpei. He caught it and twisted it around to read the label.
Ethylene diamine tartrate?
Yeah, that's right. CDT.
What kind of medicine is that?
It's not medicine. I think it's an industrial strength detergent.
Why would they have something like that here?
Well, probably to clean stuff up.
Clean what up?
Yep. Tools?
Fuck if I know.
Fuck if I know.
It looks like it's cleaned my brain up.
Junpei looked up from the bottle.
You remember something?
Oh?
Yeah.
Seven nodded slowly and spoke.
Well, I remember a story about EDT. Happened about 50 years ago. There was this factory somewhere in America making big old EDT crystals. They were making it to sell as an industrial strength cleaner, like I told you before. But a year after the factory started up, something strange started happening with the crystals they were building. Water molecules started attaching themselves to the EDT crystals. This made them into a sort of mutation of the original crystals, called a hydrate. Once the crystals turn into a hydrate, though, it's useless as a cleaner. The factory had to just dump the crystals. As a hydrate, they were useless. But it didn't end there. After that day, the same thing started happening in EDT factories everywhere, even ones nowhere near that first American factory.
What is going on with this weird, like, once something changes, everything changes, like, consistency? Like, this is the third time that this has happened.
They'd been making crystals the same way, with the same materials and the same equipment and environment. But now, all of a sudden, every single crystal they formed turned into a hydrate. fact, ever since that day, no factory anywhere has been able to make a pure EDT crystal. Even in EDT research done years before, they'd never gotten a hydrate. But after it happened at the first factory, it just spread. It was like... man, how do you say it?
Like the molecules were communicating with one another, transmitting information in a way humans couldn't perceive.
They're aliens?
This phenomenon spread throughout the world, right?
Junpei looked up at Seven with a half smirk. Seven stared at him, dumbfounded.
Yeah, that's it exactly. But how did you know?
I heard another story, kind of like that one.
When?
In the freezer?
What? The freezer?
Yeah, June told me.
Interesting. What happens if you pick this path after you pick the first path? I guess this conversation doesn't happen? Maybe? I don't know. Ugh. Junpei told Seven the story he'd heard from June in the freezer in the kitchen. How one day glycerin began to crystallize. And the story of ice that wouldn't melt at room temperature. When Junpei was done, Seven looked thoughtful, and absent-mindedly rubbed the scar on his chin.
Ice that doesn't melt at room temperature, huh?
That sounds familiar?
Yeah, hold up. I feel like I can remember something. It's right there.
Seven squinted. His eyes stared off into space as if he were trying to desperately focus on something far away.
Do you
know about Ice 9?
Do you know about Ice 9?
Ice 9? Ice 9. Ice 9. Ice.
Baby. Suddenly, Seven's eyes shot open.
That's it. I remember now. That woman, she's on this boat.
What woman?
That woman?
Alice!
Who's Alice?
Who's Alice?
That's what I said.
Come on. The woman who won't melt at room temperature.
Huh?
It became clear to Seven that Junpei had no idea what he was talking about. He ran his hand across his face and took a deep breath.
You know how the Titanic sank on April 15th, 1912, right?
I'm gonna take a drink of water, but actually, no, I can just do this. There.
Yeah, more than 1,500 people died. Worst maritime accident in history. What about it?
Did you hear about the boat that was sent to collect the dead bodies?
I think that was the RMS Carpathia, right? It was a cruise liner, just like the Titanic.
No, that was the ship that picked up the survivors. The ship that collected the dead bodies was the CS McKay Bennett.
Man, I'm learning history today.
The McKay Bennett showed up on April 17th, 2 days after the accident. It set out from Halifax, a port in Canada, and recovered 306 bodies. The Atlantic that far north was really cold. It would have to be for there to be icebergs and stuff. Anyway, the bodies they pulled out of the water were frozen solid.
This isn't a very nice story. So, what happened next?
Well, they say the McKay Bennett recovered something more than just dead bodies. There were various bits of stuff floating around in the water. Things the drowned had carried with them, or stuff that dislodged as the ship sank. One of the things they found was a coffin.
A coffin?
Yeah, a wooden one. The craftsman who made it must have been pretty skilled. It wasn't just a wooden coffin. It was all wood, no nails, no reinforcements, no gaps in the wood anywhere. The thing was airtight. The crew got pretty curious about what might be inside it and opened it up. They had to get a wedge and hammer it open. It was so well made. Inside, they found a woman. Or, I guess you should say, they found the dead body of a woman.
Is this the fucking thing that June was talking about earlier? The pharaoh or whatever? Like, that was a thing? She wasn't just bullshitting? Huh.
Her hair was thick and black, and her skin rich brown with no blemishes or signs of decomposition. They say that she looked gorgeous, like a goddess. She was obviously dead, but everyone who looked at her said she just looked like she was sleeping.
Yeah, I actually forgot about that until this.
Her skin was so lifelike, she looked like she might wake up any minute. And she didn't, though. Like the rest of the bodies they found, she was frozen solid. Eventually, the McKay-Bennett finished searching and returned to Halifax. The 306 bodies were unloaded and taken ashore. However, it was warm enough that they began to thaw. They say that the stink was horrible. But there was one body that didn't thaw. And that was...
The girl in the coffin.
That's right. Everybody thought for sure that she'd melt and start to rot like the rest of them eventually. But weeks passed and nothing happened. And a month passed, and another. It was summer, and she was still frozen solid. After a while, people started to say she was some sort of miracle. Rumors
Penitent
about her
one.
started to spread. People came to visit Halifax from all over. After a while, people started to call her All Ice. Alice. Of course, those rumors didn't last long.
Why?
Well, she up and disappeared. One day Alice was there, the next day she wasn't. They say someone snuck into where they were keeping her and stole the body. With the body gone, the rumors followed pretty quickly. And after a while, no one remembered her. You might be able to find something about her if you could find a newspaper from back then, but that's about it.
Wait, you just said that she was on this boat.
Yeah, I did. Alice has got to be somewhere on this ship.
Now why the hell would you say something like that?
Because I know.
And just what is it you know?
What happened to Alice after she was stolen?
What? Junpei gulped.
Alright, tell me. What happened to Alice?
Seven nodded slowly and took the look of a man, on the look of a man, recalling something long buried.
Well, around that time, the word was that there was a special black market in New York. All millionaires from all over the world. I've heard that Alice went up for auction there. The person who won the auction was... Lord Dashiell Gordain.
Oh.
You've heard that name before, right?
Lord Gordain. Oh, isn't he the guy who bought the Gigantic? The Titanic sister ship?
Yeah, that's him. Although I guess he hadn't done that yet.
What do you mean?
Gordain bought Alice in 1912. And 4 years later, in 1916, he bought the Gigantic. And he hid Alice somewhere on the Gigantic. But nobody knows where. He died in 1931. And apparently, he died without ever telling anyone where Alice was hidden.
I gotta find a corpse now? Oh, good.
However...
Okay, this is completely off topic. I like how you can see when it loaded in his art on the bottom because there's a single row of pixels. Yeah,
However, what?
It's funny.
He did have one close friend who asked him, "Where is Alice?" And he said, "Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the Forest of Knowledge beneath the navel of the Gigantic."
What the hell is that? Is it some kind of riddle?
Your guess is as good as mine.
The navel? Seven threw his hands up in defeat.
So that's it. Whatever you think, I believe it. She's hidden somewhere on the Gigantic. In other words, she's hidden somewhere on this ship.
Before Junpei could even dispute Seven's rather bizarre claim, as Junpei was trying to figure out what on earth he was going to say next, Clover's shrill voice pierced the room.
Hey, what are you two doing over there? Stop wasting time and get over here.
Okay, we're coming.
Jeez.
Seven looked at Junpei.
Yeah, so anyway, that's the story. It might be useful someday. Don't forget it.
With that cryptic remark, he turned and left the room.
Alice. Huh.
We got morphogenic fields and undecaying corpses, and Junpei was left behind to ponder what he just heard. He tried to remember what June had told him earlier. Maybe it's like that dude who dunked a hot dog in a block of epoxy, and like it's not rotting as a result. And he's like updating people on the internet yearly to show off how the hot dog is doing. But the hot dog is like, it's turning to gas, I think, and the epoxy is slowly expanding. And I think it's going to explode someday. So there's a hot dog bomb that's about to go off. I don't know why I'm telling you this.
That mummy wasn't just a normal mummy.
Yeah, she's like the hot dog.
They say that she was frozen The story says that from the time of its discovery all the way through to when it got put on the Titanic, even though it was carried through the desert, her body never melted.
Then was that Egyptian priestess Alice? Did the water in her body become Ice 9? No, that's nuts. There's no way somebody like that could exist.
So if I open that freaking coffin and, like, dump her in the ocean, it turns all the water in the ocean Ice 9, and then the ocean freezes instantly? That'd be funny. Junpei shook his head, trying desperately to clear it, and followed Seven to the operating room where Clover was waiting. Right, I'm gonna put a body together now. Let's do it. An old hard bed. How do I put the body together? We've collected the 6 parts of the medical mannequin. The ones we've got must be for Lucy, right? Yeah. Seems like it. I say we give Lucy her parts back. Any objections? Nope. Agreed. Let's get started. Combine. There's a number on here. 51 kilograms? That's wrong. What's this? Is this the weight? That might be right, actually, I'm not sure. We were just stacking body parts on it, so it makes sense that it'd be the weight. Is that supposed to be 51 kilograms? 53.2. It's missing some. I think something needs to be exchanged. But how do I do that? Why are the legs different weights? That doesn't make any sense. Does it? There's a lid in front of it. I only got the purple liquid. Hey, nothing happened. That's odd. Maybe it's the wrong weight? Wait. Yeah, well, you know how there's a scale on the side of the bed? Maybe we need to get the scale to a specific number? How are we gonna do that? I think we're supposed to swap her body parts with John's. Oh. Let's give it a shot. Okay, yeah, I just have to prompt it. The screen will display 2 medical mannequins. You can switch their body parts by selecting the part you want to switch out. Oh, well, I mean, that's kind of obvious. No, wrong arm. Is that the right arm? In the description, it showed, you know... I think the legs are supposed to be swapped. Yeah, and then the heart. It was 53.2 or backwards? No. Let me look at the number again. I forgot it already. 53.2. 53.2. 53.2. Okay. I guess that works. Junpei, I just heard something. It came from John's operating table. You better check it out. I basically just swapped over the entire body that wasn't the arm and the head, which is weird. Look at that scale. Huh? The lid on the scale? Key. That's the Jupiter key. Jupiter, I get it. It must have opened because we matched John's weight to what was on the chart. Jupiter key. Hey, the symbol engraved on that key. Isn't that the Jupiter symbol? And that means... Yes, it means... What do I still have the purple liquid for? Wasn't in that room, it was in this one.
Hey, hold on.
Junpei stopped, about to put the key into the doorknob. I'm gonna... Hold on a second. His fucking lips are dry. That's better.
Oh, what's up?
Where's Clover?
Huh?
Where Clover? Junpei turned around. Clover was nowhere to be seen.
Oh, god damn it. Where the hell did she go? Okay, just hold on a minute. I'll go get her.
Sure thing.
Is she knocking medical beakers off the shelf like a cat? Junpei left Seven at the door and headed back to the operating room. He found her standing next to the operating table. She was staring at the mannequin.
Hey, Clover, what's wrong? Come on, let's get out of here.
She didn't respond. If she hadn't been standing up and breathing, Junpei might have thought she was dead.
What are you doing? Did you want to come back here and say goodbye to John?
It wasn't the best joke, but it was something, an attempt to lighten the mood. Clover did not laugh. She stood stock still and said nothing.
Hey, Clover, can you hear me?
Perhaps it was something he'd said, or perhaps it was something else. Suddenly her mouth opened and she whispered in a dry, dead voice.
My brother might be dead.
Huh?
That's why we couldn't find him. If he's dead, I'm going to be next.
Suddenly the operating room felt very cold.
What are you talking about? What's wrong with you?
He gave her a small shake, but she didn't respond. The silence grew heavier. Junpei, what do you want to do? Give her the four-leaf clover. Santa Marine Man said that the four-leaf clover was terrible luck, which is weird, but you know, what I'm gonna give it to her.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't know why, but suddenly Junpei remembered something he'd been given earlier.
It's in my pocket somewhere. Here it is.
He reached into his pocket and dug it out.
A four-leaf clover.
Santa had given it to him in the second classroom. He held it out to Clover.
Hey, did you know?
Vaporeon is... She's gonna die next, isn't she?
Each leaf means something.
I feel like giving this to her is a bad idea, but I don't know. I'm gonna do it anyway.
Love and luck. That's what a four-leaf clover stands for. Take it. Use it as a good luck charm.
He pressed the four-leaf clover into her hand.
Listen to me, Clover. No matter what happens, you can never lose hope. You have to remember what's most important, and that's to have faith and to have love.
Like crazy. It sounded like he was like leaning in and away from the microphone, kind of like this a little bit, like this. Yeah.
If you can remember all of those, that'll bring you good luck. Snake, I mean, your brother, he's not dead. He's alive somewhere. I'm sure of it. You've just got to believe in that.
Clover stared at the four-leaf clover in her hand. He could see tears start to form at the corners of her eyes.
Thank you.
Her voice was tiny and broken, and as she spoke, she started to cry. She tried to hide her tears by looking at the floor, but it did little good. She wiped away tears with the baggy arms of her jacket, but more quickly took their place. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't stop. Her tears made small wet circles on the floor.
Thank you.
She said it again. Then she looked up at Junpei and seemed to choke down the last of her grief. She did her best to smile. Junpei wiped an errant tear from her cheek with his thumb and gave her the best smile he could manage.
Oh, come on. Seven's waiting for us at the exit.
She still didn't move.
Wait, before we go, there's one thing I want to ask you.
Me?
What's that?
What do you think when you hear the word experiment?
For a moment, his mind froze. Then he came back to his senses and realized the word meant nothing to him. Aside from the dictionary definition. Ugh.
What?
Oh. I guess it was just a coincidence then.
Think of 626 licking the windshield.
I mean, that you knew about the four-leaf clover.
Look, I'm sorry. I don't want to be a jerk, but you are making less than no sense right now.
Oh, no. It's nothing. Just forget about it.
Why is everyone on this boat so freaking suspicious?
Oh, don't give me that. You really think I could just drop this? What is this experiment you were talking about?
Oh, there's a cramp in my neck. Ow. Clover looked away. Including, yeah, so did I. Ow, fuck. Neck hurt. The four-leaf clover was still in her hand. She stared at it for a long moment and then finally spoke.
You promise you won't tell anyone?
Cross my heart.
Really?
Really?
I can trust you, right?
Of course you can.
Clover slipped the four-leaf clover into her pocket. Clover. Mario. I think Necro stopped his stream, by the way. He reached 1 million Marios, and then he called it quits because he spent like 2 weeks straight doing it. Mate sat in a chair for 2 weeks and didn't shower once so he could say the word Mario 1 million times. Her eyes still red from crying, she looked up at Junpei.
Okay then, I'll tell you. I'll tell you what happened on this ship 9 years ago.
What?
Wait. On this ship?
Why does everybody know?
Yeah, this ship.
He was entirely lost. He had 1,000 questions, but it was probably best he thought to save them until Clover had finished.
It was an experiment to test some sort of psychic thing. Communicating through these fields that you can't see.
Fields that you can't see?
Gonna get Dr. Michio Kaku in here? Tell me about the string theory, man, please. He'd heard something like this before. Clover nodded.
Like, think about this.
She pointed at the operating table. On top of it was a somewhat mismatched medical mannequin whose parts had been swapped with another mannequin.
This is John, right? But is he really John?
Huh?
All Junpei could think was she had finally completely lost it.
Isn't this like Locke's socks?
Box? Cox?
Or the ship of Theseus?
Junpei grew even more confused. He'd never heard of either of those things, although they sounded smart.
You don't know? You haven't heard of those paradoxes?
He doesn't know.
No?
LUL. Junpei shook his head.
Really?
Clover laughed.
Okay, well pay attention then. This is how Locke's socks works.
I think Clover's the type of motherfucker that, like, says Twitch emotes out loud in real life. See, I used to make fun of this a lot, like this is a joke back in the day, but now it's like actually a thing that happens, and it's kind of weird. Nobody says anything but poggers, though. Poggers is what people say. But it's still kind of like the joke came to fruition in reality. But back in 2014, no, it wasn't the case. You gotta be the person that says Kappa after saying something sarcastic.
Let's say I've got a pair of socks. They're my favorite socks. One of them gets a hole in it. What would you do if that was your sock, Junpei?
Burn it.
Well, I'd pitch it, I guess.
But it's your favorite pair of socks.
Come on, who loves their socks that much?
It doesn't matter. Just suppose you do love them that much.
I do kind of hate how disposable socks are. Because, like, they're the thing that's constantly making contact with the ground, so they're kind of, like, they wear out very fast. Especially the good ones, like hiking socks. They cost, like, $25 a pair, and they last, like, 6 months. It pisses me off. Sorry.
Well, I guess then I'd patch it.
Fucking expensive
But what
socks.
if another hole opens?
I'd add another patch, I suppose.
She's gonna talk about how you continuously patch the sock up until there's no sock left, and how, like, if you... Yeah.
What if another hole opened after that?
Another patch, I guess?
Well, let's say you just keep adding new patches.
Until eventually, the original cloth of the sock is totally gone. Once you get to that point, can you really say they're the same socks you started with?
Well, that's tough.
See, now you gotta do this with a human brain, where you take small parts of a human brain out and replace it with a mechanical version of it that's totally, identical to it, and then you do it so much that you don't have an original brain anymore, and then you can take it out and become Ghost in the Shell. Junpei crossed his arms.
So, that's the locked socks thing?
Yeah, the ship of Theseus is a lot like it. The ship of Theseus. If you keep fixing the damaged parts of a ship, eventually it ends up with none of the parts it started with. Can you really say that ship is the same one you started with? And what if you took all the old parts from the first ship and built another one somewhere else? Then which ship is the real ship of Theseus? The one you repaired, or the one you built with all the original parts?
It was an interesting question. Clover could see Junpei was intrigued.
Hey, do you think it's the same?
What's the same?
These guys. Is this John, or is it Lucy now?
Junpei looked at the operating table again. A mannequin full of body parts from a different body. Clover had been right. It was just like Locke's socks and Ship of Theseus. The part of the body that holds the person's identity is the head. Of course, for many hundreds of years, conventional wisdom had held that a man's identity resided, in his heart, or any number of internal organs. And here they had both.
John's head and heart are both his. But apart from those, and a single arm, the rest of his body was once Lucy's.
Was that mannequin really John?
You're just like these mannequins.
She looked at Junpei again.
Think about it. The cells in our body change every day. Old ones die, and new ones are born.
Oh, is she gonna go on about the whole, your body regenerates all of its cells within the span of, 7 years or some shit? I thought that was a myth.
Maybe part of my arm is made of stuff from a fish I ate once. Or maybe part of your right side is made from a cow you ate.
Because there's parts of your body that don't, make new cells. I don't think your brain makes new cells. I don't think many of your internal organs do. Maybe your liver? I don't know.
If you take it a little further, those cows and fishes are made from something else too, right? That's how we're all connected.
Silly Clover, I don't eat fish.
Through fields that can't be seen with the naked eye.
The silence was broken by Seven. So if you're saying, if I try real hard, I can communicate with the ghosts of cows? That sounds awesome.
Hey, what the hell is taking you two so long?
We're talking about ghost cows. Seven's head appeared in the doorway. He was not happy.
How long are you gonna make me wait? We don't have time to screw around.
Junpei and Clover looked at each other. Clover looked at Junpei as if to say, there was more she wanted to tell him. She shook her head. Whatever she had to tell him, she didn't want to tell him in front of Seven. Seven seemed to catch on.
Oh? What were you two doing? Was this some sort of secret meeting?
I don't know why I find it weird that they're using the number 2. I guess it's to save space on the screen. Again, this was a DS game, so the script is probably unchanged. But it's kind of weird to me is all.
No, it wasn't. We were just...
It's not standard.
Just...
playing with the mannequins.
Yeah, it was real fun.
Huh?
Let's go, Junpei.
Moving a little bit too fast to be entirely innocent, Clover headed toward the exit. Seven stared after her, then turned to Junpei with an amused expression.
Playing with mannequins, huh? Didn't know you were into that kind of thing, Junpei.
You're the one who called the chest piece hot earlier. Please.
You're a dick.
Junpei dashed past him and traced Clover's path out the door. With a short laugh, Seven followed. They stood in front of the door. Junpei took out the Jupiter key.
Alright, I'm gonna open it now. Is that cool?
You don't need to keep asking, just do it, alright?
Fine then.
He slid the key into the keyhole and turned it. He felt it unlock. It's still creepy. Kinda hate it. Voice. The door opened with a soft, melancholy creak. Beyond it lay a simple white hallway. There was no fanfare or confetti. Just that dude from RE7 who laughs at you as he drops the bomb into the room. Oh, Ethan! Obviously, there was no one there to applaud them. They simply walked through the door. That was it.
Alright, let's get going.
Hey man, what's up with you? You're so serious, you know? Can't you sound more happy, you know, get a little excited?
There's a bomb in my intestines.
Not really.
Junpei turned away from Seven and took his first step down the simple white hallway.
My brother might be dead. I'm going to be next.
Clover had told him only a few minutes before that her brother was probably dead, and she was likely to follow him.
Like hell I can. Not after hearing something like that.
Yeah, you did it! Look, see, you're getting applause. It's from me. Can't clap my hands normally because there's fucking, like, grease on my left one. It's chapstick. They left the operating room. If I just, like, leave this scene up, will they continue to, like, make the running noise over and over again? Can I layer it on top of itself? Can I layer it on top of itself? That's me talking? Can I layer it on top of itself? That's me talking? Can I layer it on top? Okay, let's not do that. They left the operating room. The hallway took them around several corners and past several doors, but they were all locked. Me talking ruined it.
Every door in this place is locked up tight.
It's like in Kingdom Hearts where, is it Kingdom Hearts 2? Where, like, when they talk, their mouths just keep moving up and down when they stop talking.
How about that one?
I think that's Cage, too. The final door was hidden in the corner of a hall.
May as well give it a try.
Oh, yeah! Thank you for reminding me that that exists. Yeah, it's gonna be like, It's not the one I was thinking of. Where's the, like, the Flintstones one, you know? Maybe if I just look up Flintstones running. That's the one that I want. Maybe it's this one? Yeah, there we go. Might as well give it a try. Junpei grabbed the handle. As he made to push it open, a voice stopped him. The voice came from behind him and belonged to neither Seven nor Clover.
Jumpy!
Yumpy.
Huh?
He spun around. He saw someone running toward him from the other end of the hallway. There were 3 people coming toward Junpei and his companions.
June? And Santa? And Lotus too?
They pull up short in front of Junpei, breathing hard.
Whoa! What the hell is this?
What?
What are you doing here?
Puzzle. Completed it?
What? But we didn't...
Before he could finish, Clover spoke.
Hey guys, could you come take a look at this?
She was standing near the end of the small hallway that branched off to the right. The rest of them ran over to her, curious as to what she'd found.
Look on the wall here.
There was something on the wall at the end of the hallway.
A map of the ship's interior?
Don't we already have one?
It says C deck.
So it's the map for this floor, then?
Door 7. And... Door 8. Yep, they both eventually end up at this hallway.
Man, did they, We took door 7. Yeah, door 8. Did they have to run down all that fucking way to get to this? That sucks, man. I'm glad I chose door 7. Door 8 sucks. In fact.
Yeah, isn't that what I said? We aren't going to be split up permanently till we find door 9. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we won't be able to open door 9. And that's how the nonary game works.
I see.
Junpei looked at the map of the ship's interior again.
Wait a sec. Hey, could this lead to...
He looked more closely. To his surprise and excitement gave way to weariness. Yeah, that's the other door.
Oh.
It's gonna be locked, isn't it?
You've got to be kidding me.
To the hospital room. One by one, the others saw what he'd seen.
We may as well go.
Yeah.
They moved as one for the door.
Oh, almost forgot. We should keep this.
He pulled the map of the ship's interior off the wall, put it in his pocket, and followed the others. I guess I had a map of a different floor. The 6 of them stood in front of the door, arrayed in a semicircle. That's right, it goes in the square hole. And the semicircle? That's right, it goes in the square hole. June crying in the corner. Stop it! Santa stepped forward. He took hold of the door and spoke without looking back at the other 5.
Ready? I'm gonna open it.
Slowly, all 5 nodded their silent assent. With their deep breath, Santa threw open the door. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? They poured through the doorway and into the room. Even without looking around, each one of them knew where they were.
I knew it.
They were just where the map had said they would be.
We're back. In the hospital room.
Is Ace missing?
I see. I believe I understand what you're saying. The 6 of you split into 2 teams and went through doors 7 and 8.
I was fully expecting that door to be locked. Huh. Ow. Also, ow. Why my body? I'm an old man.
You solved the puzzles in the operating room and the laboratory.
It's probably just I need to exercise more because I sit in a fucking chair all day.
And then met one another in the hallway after opening your respective locked doors.
This is weirdly nice. Why is Zero being so lenient? This doesn't really make any sense to me. He looked like anyone might after only just waking up, but it seemed that his brain was working as well as ever. He had managed to grasp, summarize, and understand each team's report.
At any rate, I feel a bit silly for my little show of altruism. I know I said I was sure you'd come back for me. I didn't think it would happen so soon, though.
Ace shook his head with a rueful smile.
Well, we saw each other again and we ain't dead, so I say that's good enough.
7 smiled. What if we go through the doors a second time?
Anyway, I say we get out of this creepy old place. We found the key we need.
The key?
Ain't that what I just said? I'm talking about the Jupiter key. We found it in the operating room. Right, Junpei?
Yeah.
Junpei nodded.
Oh, the solar system keys. Actually, we found one in the laboratory, too. Here, the Earth key.
Lotus dug out a still warm key with the Earth symbol on it. Warm?
I might lose it. It's probably better if you hold on to it. That way it won't be my fault if it gets lost.
I'm not gonna... Never mind.
Yeah. On it.
And with that, she pressed it into Junpei's hand. He felt slightly less than honored.
Now we have 3 keys that we haven't used yet.
Yeah. The Jupiter key that we found in the operating room. The Saturn key card we found in the kitchen.
I forgot about that one.
And the Earth key Lotus just gave me.
Junpei tucked the new keys into his pocket. He spoke up. Oh, she spoke up, June. I fucking... Jin.
The Jupiter key is supposed to be for the door at the end of that long, straight hallway, right?
June from Persona 2, Joker Man, Joker with the masked Joker, the original Joker.
Yeah. If the map's right,
Jin?
then it connects to the central staircase.
Flower Man? Flower.
Then, next to the stairs...
Wait!
They were the first words anyone had heard out of Clover in quite some time. Her face suggested they weren't going to be very happy words.
What about door 3?
Look, you saw the map, right? It's the same as 7 and 8. Just lead us back to the big hospital room.
But there might be a key in there that we need.
There's no point to seeing what's on the other side of that door.
There is a point. At least there is for me.
I was gonna say key, but there were tears in her eyes, but she glared at Seven as hard as she could, just the same. She looked very much like a frightened puppy. There wasn't a man alive who could have resisted those eyes. Seven looked everywhere in the room except at Clover, and muttered and coughed apologies under his breath.
Yeah, you're right, I'm sorry. Snake might be on the other side of door 3.
Clover nodded once. And the next person to speak was Ace.
Very well. I'll be coming with you then.
Ooh.
I've had a nice long rest. I think it's time I was up and about again. So, Seven, you'll help me, won't you?
Huh? Me?
Oh, Junpei did the calculations quickly in his head. 4 plus 1 plus 7, 12 is 3. It looks like Seven was doing them too. At last, he gave up.
Damn. Well, I guess that's how it's gotta be. So I'm going with you, huh?
Yes, you are.
Man, I want to do one with this guy. I haven't gotten to do one with him yet.
Alright, let's get moving.
I hope they don't die in there. They might die in there. And so, it was decided that Clover, Ace, and Seven would discover what lay beyond door 3.
Okay, we're heading out.
Be careful.
Whoa. Didn't think I'd be hearing that from you, Lotus.
Don't let it go to your head. I'd be in trouble if the 3 of you bought it. The rest of us can't open the 9 door.
Ah, the truth comes out.
Seven nodded as if this answer made much more sense, and pulled the lever on the red. Get in there, guys! You gotta get in there!
Okay.
We're off. As the door opened, Ace and Clover and Seven jumped through it. 6, 7, 8. After exactly 9 seconds, the door closed noisily.
All right, we should get moving too.
Maybe we wait to make sure that they actually make it.
Huh?
Get moving.
Where are we going?
Everyone except Lotus seemed rather confused.
Well, it would be a waste of time to just sit around, wouldn't it? Let me explain.
Oh, I get it. We're gonna see if we can get anywhere interesting with the Jupiter key.
Yes. If we're lucky, we might find Snake.
They were at the end of the hallway, lined by individual hospital rooms.
And here's the Jupiter symbol on the keyhole.
All right, Junpei, open it if you please.
Yeah, on it.
Junpei pulled the Jupiter key out of his pocket and slid it into the keyhole. He twisted. With a nice sharp click, he felt the door unlock. Junpei sucked in a breath and held it, and opened the door as quietly as he could. Inside was exactly what he expected to see from the map of the ship's interior. They were inside a tremendous hall, almost like a ballroom, with a with a massive central staircase.
Great, back to the beginning. You sure this is a good idea?
I forgot he was here.
What do you mean?
Well, we already searched every inch of this room, didn't we? I'm asking you if there's any reason we came back here.
Yeah.
Of course there's a reason.
Looking for Guy.
Man, sometimes I can't tell if you're smart or just lucky.
Huh?
This.
Junpei pulled 2 things out of his pockets.
The Saturn key card. And the Earth key? I'm lost.
Santa cocked his head to one side, like an inquisitive bird, and looked at them. After several long moments, during which it became apparent that Santa had no idea what the cards meant, June took pity on him. Man, I fucking love how emotive birds can be.
Don't you remember, Santa? On C deck, where we are now, There was a big elevator behind the stairs, remember?
Even I remember that.
And next to the elevator, there was a card reader with the Saturn symbol on it. And on A deck, on the door to the left,
This is the one that I remember the
there was a
most.
keyhole with the Earth symbol on it.
There was also
I
one.
think.
I don't remember where the Jupiter Uniper door was. What was that?
So the two keys that Jumpy
Oh yeah, the one
has?
we just went through.
Should let us use the elevator and the door on A deck. Huh.
Yes, that's right.
Where's the Jupiter door? Jumpy, we just went through it. June smiled, pleased with herself. Here, let me give you a description of what's happening inside my brain right now. 1 hour of silence occasionally broken by the 4 notes of Megalovania. I'm just gonna let that run. I'm just gonna let that run.
I got it. Let's get started then.
Sure, why not? I fucking love these videos with the occasional sounds playing.
What do you say we split into 2 teams? Lotus and I will search the Earth one, so you 2 can search Saturn, all right?
Sounds good. Then you guys should take this key.
Junpei handed the Earth key to Santa. They decided that their initial search should be brief.
We have no idea what's on the other side of these. So don't go too far. Just search for 10 minutes and come back.
Plan decided. The 2 teams split up. Man, I don't like having to go into the elevator, though. This is creepy. Junpei and June headed for the elevators.
There's a card reader next to the left elevator.
Then let's try out the Saturn key card.
Goes in the square hole. A light on the upper left corner blinked to life.
Great! It looks like it's working now.
All right. Now, how do I call the elevator?
There is a single button to the right of the elevator door.
Oh, it only has the upside down triangle on it.
Oh, we're not coming back.
I guess there's no up button. Well, we may as well try pushing this one.
I mean, that's actually par for the course. Like, there's one weird thing about elevators is, like, why do elevators have an up and a down button if all it does is call the elevator? Because you press what floor you want when you go inside, so you can press whatever button you want, right? The door slid shut and they heard the grinding of the motor and the elevator car move down. Yeah, I fucking hate that. No.
It opened. Look, Jumpy.
That's the most terrifying elevator I've ever seen. Jun's voice was excited, but Junpei could hear a tinge of anxiety.
Sweet! It opened! Let's get going.
He grinned at June and stepped toward the open door. As he was about to set foot in it, he felt a hand on his arm.
Wait.
What?
I'm not really, I just, oh gosh.
Junpei was at something of a loss. What could she be possibly so frightened of? June was probably afraid of... I'm terrified of... This is what I'm scared of. She was afraid because the only elevator button pointed down. That meant, of course, that the elevator couldn't go any higher than the floor they were on. He thought about it. Junpei realized he hadn't seen elevators on the A or B decks near the central staircase. All of which meant that the elevator could only convey them to the lower decks.
Come to think of it, the lower floor, D-deck is completely underwater.
She's afraid of the Funyarimpa. Am I saying that right? I better be. It's the best part of the game. No, actually, yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, they've got a point. Like, this is just going to take us to a flooded area, isn't it?
An elevator heading to a submerged floor. That is pretty scary. Hey, wait a minute. This elevator came up from somewhere under us, right?
There was no water in it.
Well, yes, I guess it did.
And it's still working.
It didn't open right away after you
know,
pressed the button.
I'm starting to think that this boat isn't actually sinking. I think Zero is just filling it with water. Hell, it might not even be, you know... yeah. I broke my train of thought. What was I gonna say? I think it's not floating in water. I think it might just be like in a fucking warehouse or something. I don't know. And he's like slowly, because there's no way it's sinking. Right?
There was a motor noise, like it was moving, and then it opened.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
So, take a look inside.
Junpei jerked his head toward the interior of the elevator. That really couldn't have happened at a better time.
It's not wet at all, is it? The walls and even the floor are totally dry.
You think the outside of it would at least be wet, because the shaft couldn't be watertight, right?
Oh, you're right. They are.
That's weird. He has to be filling it, like, manually. Deck, 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 deck.
Well, let's test it.
Test it?
Yeah, watch this. Now, I'll just put one foot inside the elevator and look over at the buttons. Oh, there's only two. E and C. All right, I'll push E.
He pushed the E button and jumped out of the elevator. The door slid shut, and they heard the grinding of the motor as the elevator car moved down. What does this remind me of?
I think I can hear it opening on E deck.
Maybe I'm just thinking of RE4. Like, it looks like something I'd see out of a GameCube game. Maybe it's just because I've been fucking with GameCubes recently a lot.
Okay, that's done. Now I'll just press the button again.
I want to make a chair out of GameCubes. I need, like, a ton of GameCubes. I just need to make, like, a throne out of them. A few moments later, the elevator returned. The elevator returned. And it looks dry.
Yep, not a single drop of water to be seen. See?
Junpei couldn't resist puffing out his chest just a little bit. Jun, however, still looked confused.
What does that mean?
Ah.
How can E deck be safe if the D deck is full of water?
The ship isn't really sinking.
Well, here's what I think. The elevator shaft and E deck must be watertight and separated from wherever the ship's been punctured.
Or that. That doesn't make any sense, but...
Here, let me show you.
He pulled out his notebook and pen and sketched out a rough illustration.
I see. So is that why the ship hasn't sunk? The shape of the inside keeps it all from filling with water?
Why would E deck be designed like that?
Yeah, I think that's what's going on.
Junpei continued talking as he closed the notebook and slipped it back into his pocket.
So I'm gonna go down and check it out. You stay here, all right?
But...
Come on, just do it, all right?
He gave Jun's shoulder a reassuring squeeze, then hopped into the elevator. He pushed the E button and the door began to close. Jun looked worried, her eyes darting back and forth as if she was trying to make a decision, when suddenly...
I'm coming with you!
Huh?
At the last possible moment, Jun dashed forward and turned sideways just in time to slip through the gap between the closing doors.
Hey, wait!
Junpei jammed his finger against the open button. I think that just says reset button. What does that say? Also, Junpei fucking lied. There are not just 2 buttons. There's fucking 5. Or 6. He lied. He's a liar.
Oh, crap. It closed.
And apparently there was an open button too. Maybe that was the last one. The door had shut, and he and Jun were in the elevator, and they were headed down to E deck. He was so surprised by Jun that he didn't even have the time to think about what awaited him on E deck.
I can't just let you go alone, you know.
Ah, jeez.
That sounded so real. He's like, oh, God fucking damn it. All right. The elevator stopped, and the door slid open. I'm assuming that says open, but I don't know. The text is very... That looks like it says mom button. You press it and a mom appears. They tentatively stepped out and looked around.
It looks normal.
Da-da-da-da. No fish going about their fishy business or jellyfish floating lazily through the water. There was, however, a blowfish. Or at least something that looked very much like one. Jun's cheeks were puffed out, and her mouth a tiny, intense frown. Oh, I thought you were going to talk about that I thought Junpei was gonna bring up that thing I retweeted because I know Junpei follows me on Twitter. That's not what I mean, but no, I check Twitter like once a month at most, sometimes less. And like this picture of a fucking dolphin poking a blowfish, the hard drive is spinning up. Yep, just love it when you gotta ruin my fucking joke. Computer. There you go. I really need to get an all SSD setup. Or at least put the pictures folder on an SSD. No, this fucking picture of a dolphin like stabbing this pufferfish. I don't know, I just thought it was really funny. Oh. June's cheeks were puffed out, her mouth a tiny, intense frown. Angie? She angy? She very pissed?
Oh, knock it off. It's just like I thought. This part hasn't flooded. Come on, just look around. There's no water here.
June looked around nervously and then exhaled.
You're right. It's not flooded at all.
See?
But there's a whole lot of water.
Yeah, right on top of us.
What's gonna happen if the ceiling breaks?
I'll die. Junpei thought about it for a moment.
We'd probably die.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh no. Don't be so casual about something like that.
June, there are bombs in our intestines.
At any rate, we should probably go back as soon as we can, once we're done looking around down here. Lotus and Santa might already be back.
Okay, good idea.
Now then.
Junpei glanced around the room they'd found themselves in. The first thing he noticed was a set of thick iron bars. They ran the length of the room, separating the left elevator from the right one.
Iron bars. Well, we can't go over there.
Right.
Then maybe...
In the corner of the room that housed the elevators, Junpei found an opening.
Well...
He walked up to it and stuck his head around the corner.
It looks like there's a long straight hallway down this way.
And a door.
Something's written on the door at the end. Wait, is that...
Let's check.
I forget what is there number 6? Junpei and June set off down the hallway at a brisk clip. I almost said clap. Clap. Wait. Shit. Fuck, I don't have... Before long, they found themselves in front of the door. Or, on it was a number written in bright red paint, 6.
I knew it!
This is a numbered door.
No shit. Indeed, there was a red bolted to the wall right next to the door.
But we can't do anything with only the 2 of us.
We better head back and let everyone know.
Yes.
Junpei and June turned and headed back to C-Deck.
Wait, what's this?
On their way back, Junpei noticed a map on the wall.
Is this the map for E-Deck? I should take it with me.
Can I see it? No? Guess not.
Huh, so you guys found door 1.
Door 1. They met back with Santa and Lotus, who had explained what they'd found. Door 1. You would need 10. Yeah, you would need 1 plus 0. Who would be that? That'd be probably Junpei, Lotus, and Ace. Yeah. Apparently there was another numbered door on A-Deck, just like the one on E-Deck before, beyond the door that the Earth key opened. According to Santa and Lotus, there was a 1 on the door.
So now we've located 2 new doors. The 6 door and the 1 door.
And the square hole.
You know, it is interesting that E-Deck wasn't flooded.
Lotus was quiet for a moment, lost in thought.
Well, we don't really know if all of E-Deck is safe. We only checked the area around the elevator.
Even so, it's still very interesting.
You said the 6th door was there, right?
Yes.
Then that means Zero planned all this out, even the sinking.
What? No.
That would have meant some pretty serious remodeling of the ship's interior.
It's pretty mind-blowing when you think about it.
Yeah, I wonder how long it took. I can't even imagine how much it must have cost.
It would have been a ton, that's for sure.
Well, that does go along with what Ace was saying. The most reasonable explanation would be that this was done by some organization with access to a whole lot of cash.
Yes, it does make sense.
That thought made them all go quiet for a moment. It's gonna happen. No, not gonna happen. I thought it was gonna go da-da-da-da, you know. June bit her lip while Lotus sighed softly to herself, and Santa cracked a stiff neck and stared off into the distance at nothing.
Yeah?
I don't think it's a very good idea to stay here.
So I was just checking. I was making sure the video was still going. Chrome said it was muted, but I think it's just not making any noise. June looked up at Junpei with large, pleading eyes.
Yeah, you're right. Ace and his team might be back already.
Well, Junpei and I should be able to open door 1.
June? Junpei. Wait, June and Junpei. June? I said Lotus. I meant Clover earlier. June, Junpei, and I. 6.
Huh?
Just do the
You
math
guys
for me.
leaving me behind?
Just do the fucking math for me. I don't care anymore. 19. Oh, okay. I can't think that many, like, levels ahead.
Just kidding. All right, let's go.
Hold on one sec. So tired of winter and cold, and no, not cold. I like cold, but fucking dry. It's dry. Sinuses, they hate me. Back to the large hospital room they went. Hospital. The moment they stepped inside, a tremendous voice echoed across the room.
Hey! Where the hell did you guys go?
Uh-oh. It was 7.
7?
Ace was right behind him, and Clover was behind Ace, although she seemed to be hanging back.
What's wrong?
It looked as though there was something strange about them. 7 had the look of a man who'd seen a ghost. Ace was just as pale, and Clover looked as though she was only moments from passing out entirely. For a long moment, they simply stood there looking at one another. What the fuck was in door 3? Junpei looked around nervously, waiting for someone else to speak. No one did. He looked at 7.
What happened?
What the hell kind of question is that?
What? 7 was trying very hard to be angry, but something had shaken him hard. His shoulders were trembling, and his voice was strained.
Snake was...
Oh, no.
Snake is...
7 couldn't even finish. He just looked away, his face twisted by... Junpei wasn't sure what. Instead, Ace spoke. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and spoke.
Snake is... dead.
Oh. How? How did he get to door 3? That doesn't make any sense.
He died, just as the 9th man did.
It was as if all the air had suddenly been sucked out of the room. Now, hold on a minute. No, there's no way he could have gotten into door 3 unless... What would have been easiest to happen? Snake's number was 2, Ace's 1. If Ace had convinced 7 that they should go... No, they can't. That doesn't make any sense. No, 7 was smart enough for that. He couldn't have tricked him. Because, like, it had to be 3 people or more. So, did people trick him into going into the door? And then not go in with him? Because that's fucked. Now you know why people choose to go through door 3 in the next playthrough? You can see it? Oh, shit. Yeah, if I get the chance. Yeesh. Junpei felt his heartbeat quicken, and he realized he was having trouble breathing. He could feel cold sweat beading on his forehead and neck. June, Santa, and Lotus looked the way he felt. All three were frozen in place, their faces white.
Oh my god, that's not true, is it?
How, though?
We should make sure.
Yeah, right. We should.
They nodded to one another and headed for the number 3 door.
Wait, not that way.
What? Why not?
They stopped short and turned to look at 7. He was pointing at the door with no number.
I stuck a screwdriver in there to keep the door from closing all the way.
Oh.
It's not locked, so you can go in that way.
Where is he?
The shower room, on the left side of the hallway.
What?
I put a broom in there too to keep the door open.
So he didn't go through a door?
Get in without going through the numbered door.
A numbered
right?
door.
Yeah, that's right.
How is that possible?
Then let's go.
Their new destination cleared, Junpei and his companions headed for the door with no number. Once in the hallway, it was easy to spot the metal door on the left wall.
This wasn't open when we passed here before.
But now, just as 7 had said, there was a broom stuck between the door frame keeping it open.
Well, let's keep going.
They looked at it for a moment, and then stepped inside.
Oh, it smells horrible.
Lotus wrinkled her nose and covered her mouth in disgust. Even Santa pinched his nose shut. How would we have not heard this? It's not like it's that far away, right? You think you would have heard a frickin' bomb go off?
Oh, yeah. This is pretty awful. I feel like I'm gonna puke.
It was just as bad as they had said, perhaps worse. A hideous smell filled the air, so thick that they could almost taste it. It was sour and smelled of fish, feces, and burnt meat. It worked its way through Junpei's nose and down his throat to pound against the entrance of his stomach. Ugh. He put his hands over his mouth and struggled to keep what little was in his stomach where it belonged.
Where is he? Where's Snake?
He wrote something? They didn't have to wonder where the body was.
There.
There was blood everywhere, a few arms of the splatter reaching toward them as they walked through the door. All one had to do was follow the many radial arms to their source. The body itself was hidden behind a divider.
June, you should stay here.
But...
Please, just do me a favor, okay? All right?
He didn't give her a chance to say no. He put his hand on her shoulder as if to shove her into the ground like a tent pole turn. I'm gonna turn that off now. Like a tent pole turned and walked toward the end of the divider.
I'm going in.
It's a decent bit in, they just cut out the travel time. It felt like it took an eternity for him to get there. Santa and Lotus followed, timid and nervous as a pair of children. Eventually they reached the divider. They looked at one another and nodded slowly. Junpei put his hands on the divider and peered around the corner. For a moment, he forgot to breathe. He felt his heart collapse in his chest like an empty cigarette carton, and time froze. He knew in that instant that he would take the image before him to the grave. What was left of the body sat in a sea of blood. Chunks of flesh torn from the body sat in the blood like tiny islands in a great red sea. A vast ragged hole had been torn in the torso, and what remained of his intestines spilled out like fresh spaghetti. Smaller chunks of meat had splattered against the wall and became stuck there as they dried. Globules of yellowish fat had left trails like tiny slugs as gravity pulled it down the wall, even as they dried to it. Oh my god.
Just like Ace said.
Santa's voice was strained. Junpei suspected he was holding down some vomit of his own.
Just like the ninth man.
The detonator in his bracelet set off the bomb in his gut.
Ugh. What's for dinner? It looked as though the explosion had been quite powerful. I'm glad you asked. I still have a sandwich up in my fridge. I only ate half of it. I'm gonna eat the rest of it after this stream.
Oh god. The bone is coming out of his left arm.
I like how I just suddenly have a coughing fit right now. That's cool. Thanks, buddy.
It's definitely an open fracture.
His legs were both bent in an odd, unnatural way, as his left arm had split open, exposing the painfully white bone of his ulna. His bracelet lay next to him. It seemed to have hit the wall hard enough to have shattered the display, which lay on the ground in pieces.
Oh, the face. It's horrible.
Yeah, you can't even tell who it is.
Half of his head had simply collapsed. The blood coating almost made it look like raw pizza dough covered in tomato sauce. His clothes, too, were covered in blood. The burgundy tie, the white shirt, the jacket with the yellow piping, and the gray slacks.
But the clothes are...
They were all familiar to Junpei.
No mistake about it. It's Snake.
Lotus's voice was unnaturally deep and strained, and Junpei heard it catch in her throat. Damn. Dude, this boat sucks. The squeal of tortured metal made Junpei's teeth curl. It sounded like the noise a ghost would make. No matter how many times he heard it, he never got used to it. Excuse me. Every time it put him on edge. It didn't help that there was a girl nearby who looked far more like a ghost than a living human being should. It was Clover. She sat on the edge of the bed, head drooping listlessly into her chest. Her eyes were blank as she stared across the room at nothing. Her breathing was slow and mechanical. Aside from the rise and fall of her chest, she didn't move. Junpei felt as if even a nudge might cause her to shatter into 1,000 pieces. So... Did Seven set off the detonator manually? Did he slam it into the wall? Or did the explosion, like, ricochet his arm into the wall and shatter it? That's probably what happened. What caused it to go off?
Snake was probably murdered. Chances are he was killed the same way the Ninth Man was.
I mean, yeah. But I'm thinking that, like, either one of the crew here, or multiple of the crew here are responsible, or... Because I don't think Zero just, like, had a field day. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. Seven lowered his voice, likely in an effort to keep Clover from hearing what he had to say. There were 4 other people in the room with Junpei and Seven. Ace, Santa, June, and Lotus. Seven looked at each of them in turn and continued.
It's pretty straightforward. Not that hard to figure out how they did it. First, the killers got Snake to authenticate on the red to open door 3.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier.
Then they shoved him into it. Alone. And waited 9 seconds for the door to shut. Once that door shut, it was all over for Snake. But he didn't give up.
Okay, so he was able to find something to get into, but he, you know,
he probably
pointless.
knew it wouldn't do him any good, but he probably ran into the shower room looking for the dead. It was a small chance, but it wasn't like he had anything to lose. Unfortunately, it didn't work. The detonator is only deactivated if everybody who authenticated when they went in uses the dead. Snake was the only one who went through the door. And then, 81 seconds after he was shoved in...
I can't think that many layers above. I'm trying to think of who could have done it.
That happened.
I see. So that's what you meant by killers, huh? You need at least 3 people to open one of the numbered doors, including Snake.
I'm thinking higher numbers, so maybe Lotus was involved. That'd be 10. 10. No, that doesn't make any sense. Does it? No. 7 fucking... Like, working it up backwards is weird. So, for 3, it'd be... a 12? What could make 12? It couldn't be... No, you can't make 12. Can you? Who is number 3 again? I can't remember. It's
It wouldn't open
Santa?
for Snake and a single killer.
Santa and 7, maybe? Yeah, Santa and 7 are a possible combination. That doesn't make any sense, though.
Yeah. That means we're looking at multiple perps here.
Junpei crossed his arms and grunted.
Well, just in case, I want to make sure. Let's say you're right. When do you think Snake was killed?
When we all split up to look for the parts for the Reds, I think. Right after that was when we noticed he was gone.
Then that means none of us have alibis. We were all off searching the rooms we'd been assigned, looking for those parts.
Yeah. That means anybody could be a killer.
Wait a minute. What are you talking about?
Like, I don't find it likely that it'd be more than 2 people, right? So, what other combination could it be besides 7 and 3? Jun seemed shocked.
How can you say that so casually? You're implying that one of us is a killer.
More than one, actually.
Well, not just one of us. If I'm right, then at least 2 of us are murderers.
Why don't you calm down a bit, 7? What are you going to gain by being so suspicious? That's what Zero wants, you know?
What Zero wants?
Exactly. This game was set up by Zero, wasn't it? Any game has a winner and loser. Whoever makes it through door 9 is a winner, and those who don't are the losers. Zero is trying to make us fight against one another for that victory.
Then you're saying that Zero is trying to split us up by making us fight each other?
Yes. That is why we can't let ourselves fall prey to suspicion. We have to trust one another and form a strong bond of friendship.
But 2 people just murdered a guy.
Otherwise, we'll end up ensnared by Zero's manipulations.
Then does that mean that the person who killed Snake...
Yes. Almost certainly Zero himself.
I don't know about that.
If there's anyone we should doubt, it should be Zero. He masterminded this game and kidnapped all of us. Doesn't it seem reasonable that he would have killed Snake as well?
Good question.
I think no. Junpei hadn't really considered that.
If Zero killed Snake, then Zero is on the ship with us.
Junpei, was Zero still on the ship with them? That's not the question I'm thinking about answering. No, hold on a minute. I don't know. He wasn't sure.
Something's still strange.
What was that?
Well, I'm just wondering about one thing.
And what's that?
How can you be so sure that Zero's on this ship?
Ace's eyebrows shot up.
Really, Junpei? I confess I'm a little disappointed. Usually you're rather sharp. Isn't it obvious?
Wait, it is?
This ship.
Huh?
Zero said, "this ship," several times when he addressed us.
It's not really what I was trying to go for.
If he weren't here, he wouldn't say "this ship," would he?
I mean, he could.
He'd be saying something like, "that ship," or "the ship."
Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Okay. Ace's explanation made perfect sense? What? Junpei felt a little foolish that he hadn't seen it himself. That's not what I was going for. Still, he was left with a question, and it was one of no small importance.
If Zero's on the ship, where is he?
Suddenly, everyone went very quiet. The silence was cold and clammy, and Junpei could feel it crawling across his back and around his throat. Maybe Zero got a bracelet and can authenticate the red. in that case, if Ace had done it with him, then it would be 2 plus 1 plus 0, which would be 3. So now Ace is prime suspect number 1. I don't know. Again, you hear the ghosting moaning noise, and moments later, a person who looked more ghost than human appeared. It was Clover. She looked at the floor, and as she spoke, and her voice was in a cold monotone.
I think Zero is one of us.
Whoa. Every human body in the room froze. The only sound was the muffled rustling of breath. Eyes darted from face to face. One of those faces was the face of their jailer. But who? Was he one of them? Yeah, it's possible.
Well, that's possible.
Huh?
Like Clover said, Zero might be one of us.
What are you saying, Jumpy? Didn't you hear what Ace said?
Exactly. I said we shouldn't suspect one another for no reason.
But there isn't no reason.
No reason. I've got a great reason.
And what's that?
The bracelets.
He held out his left arm.
Why are the bombs in our bodies connected to the bracelets? You're all thinking Zero's hiding somewhere watching us, right? If he's doing that, then he could just detonate the bombs by remote control if someone did something they weren't supposed to. It would be a lot more precise and a lot easier. But if that's the case, then why is the bomb set off by the detonator in the bracelet?
Huh. You got a point.
I'm not done. Try applying the same ideas to the nonary game. All of the puzzles here run all by themselves. In other words?
Well, that was like another reason why, I mean, I guess he could... The theory of him not being on the ship is also plausible. Like, everything here is automated, so...
Zero doesn't have to be controlling them for the game to move forward. Why's that? Why would Zero bother to do something like that?
Junpei let the question hang in the air and looked at the others. It was Santa who answered.
So let's say you and Clover are right. Zero's one of us. If that's the case, then it'd be really hard for him to keep track of all of us or control anything remotely. That's why all the puzzles run by themselves. That's what you're getting at, right?
Yeah.
Junpei nodded.
7, when we were talking earlier, you said any one of us could be Snake's killer, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Alright then. I've got a question for you, Ace. You said something like Zero must be the one who killed Snake, right?
Yes, something like that. I can't think of any other explanation.
So what do we get if we combine those? They fit together pretty well, I think. Something like this. Whoever killed Snake is Zero. Hence, Zero is one of us. 7 and Ace's theories aren't mutually exclusive. They actually complement each other pretty well. At least they do if Zero is one of us.
No one spoke. Their faces were grim, but Junpei wasn't sure they believed him or not. Finally, Lotus spoke up.
What were his motives?
His motives?
Yes, isn't that pretty important? Why would Zero want to hide as one of us?
Oh, well, that's because...
Junpei choked. He hadn't thought of that, and he had to be honest with himself. He had no idea.
I don't know.
Lotus sighed.
Well, so much for making a persuasive argument, Junpei.
In other words, you only had circumstantial evidence.
I don't really think that's enough to go on, you know?
Ah.
Junpei was painfully aware of their eyes on him and their disapproval. He tried to find something else, anything else to look at. Then, in that horrible silence, they heard a bell begin to ring. Excuse me. It was the clock at the central staircase.
It's 3 in the morning.
That means we have 3 hours left.
Then we need to move now. 7, Clover, Junpei. I know how you feel. But you do understand that right now it's important we trust one another, don't you?
You're right, but
Junpei couldn't bring himself to respond. He swallowed the words he wanted to say inside. Seven and Clover remained similarly silent. Their eyes were looking at something somewhere else, very far away. No. I'm still doing, like, calculations in my head, trying to think of, like, a combination. Because I think 8 is sus. It's a little sussy. She's very, like, not... I don't trust her, even a little bit. But, you know, those two together, that'd be 11, right? Yeah, because it's 9 plus 2. Yeah, 11. Where's my mouse? There's my mouse.
We must go. We have very little time left.
Ace's words put their feet to moving. They all knew where they were going.
our next destination is Mercury.
But maybe you and June should check it out first and then report back to us.
All right, let's go, June.
Right. Here it is.
She's 6, right? No, that wouldn't work. I'm still doing calculations. It sat bolted to the wall near the stairs that led to the casino and the kitchen, between the two elevators.
The Mercury card reader.
We're using the card 7 gave us, right?
Yeah,
And I found it when we were checking out the shower room.
I think 7 said something like that.
Yeah, I said that. Like, you're supposed to go through the other door anyway to get the stupid card, right?
Anyway, let's see what happens.
Yeah. Junpei slid the card through the reader. Ding dong. The light on the reader turned green and made a tiny electronic noise.
I guess the elevator works now.
Jumpy, I know it's only the two of us, but let's do our best.
What's with you all of a sudden?
Well, I'm happy we were put together.
You know it's just for searching E-Deck, right?
Even so, I'm glad I'm with you.
Oh. First, we need to find out if the elevator comes up full of water.
Just like we did before.
Oh, here it is.
I knew it. It's not wet at all.
What deck does this go to?
Let's go.
Yes.
Once it had been checked for water, Junpei and June stepped into the elevator.
Look! Nearly all of the buttons are destroyed.
Oh?
Yeah, only the C and bottom button can be pushed.
We're on C deck right now, so the only one we can choose is bottom.
Like the base of the ship?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Well, let's try it out.
I want to see the base of the ship. Junpei hit the bottom button. The door closed. Slowly, they began to move downward.
Oh, so this is the bottom deck.
They stepped off and saw that the hallway to their right ended somewhere between 20 and 25 feet from them. The hallway in front of them was a dead end. But not a regular dead end.
Hey, over there.
This is a numbered door.
This is the 8th one we found. There were 2 numbered doors on B deck near the central staircase. They were doors 4 and 5. 3 more in the large hospital room. Doors 3, 7, and 8.
And the door we found on E deck, and the door Lotus and Santa found on A deck. It was a 6 on the door on E deck, and a 1 on the door on A deck.
Yes, I get it. Now we're only missing door 9 now. And now door 2 stood in front of Junpei.
That means...
Do you think the next door we find?
Yeah, I think so. The next one's gonna be door 9.
Despite himself, Junpei felt excited. There was something about that excitement that frightened him as well.
Finally!
Yeah,
You don't look very happy about it, though.
it's not that. I just hope nothing goes wrong.
You're right. We should keep our fingers crossed.
Let's head back.
Okay.
He did his best to put it from his mind, and headed back to C-Deck with June.
1, 2, 3, 4. All right, 7 pieces.
The pieces of paper they folded up lay on the ground next to Junpei's legs. Legs. Everyone had written on paper pulled from Junpei's notebook in an effort to pull together a blind vote.
Just double checking, but everyone wrote their code name and a door number they want, right?
Yes, just like you told us earlier.
Can't believe we're voting here.
Why had they decided to vote that way?
We need to make the whole thing fair, blah-de-blah. This is a complicated plan, you know. Hurry it up, Mr. I have a brilliant idea.
They'd decided it wasn't fair to simply ask everyone at once. That would allow people to force others to go through certain doors.
Yeah, quiet in the peanut gallery.
And he had a plan. It wasn't a plan he wanted anyone catching wind of, however, so he did his best to act calm and begin to open and read the pieces of paper.
All right, let's open these up. The first one says, Ace requests door 1.
Yes, I do. Would you like me to explain why?
No, we don't have time for that. Sorry. Let's keep going.
He opened the second one.
Next is Santa. He wants door 6.
Yeah, that's what I wrote.
Junpei continued with the third, fourth, and fifth pieces of paper.
Clover wants 1, Lotus wants 2, and 7 also wants 2.
Wait a minute. There is no way I'm going anywhere with the Elephant Man.
No, there'd be no point to the voting if we let people change their choices because of stuff like that.
But,
Just give it up, Lotus. It's not like I want to hang out with some exhibitionist grandma.
I am not an exhibitionist. I'm wearing clothes.
She didn't deny being a grandma.
Barely.
So, last I checked, that's not a crime.
Maybe. But what about common decency? Nobody wants to have to look at a chick who looks like a half-naked raisin.
Oh, I'm gonna kill you!
Lotus's hair flared out like the mane of an
Not good.
angry lion, and she roared with a voice that shook the walls.
Let go! Let go of me! I'm killing him!
With some difficulty, Ace managed to restrain her.
Junpei, read the rest.
Right.
Junpei tore his eyes away and looked down at the sixth piece of paper. He opened it.
June wants door 6.
Yes, I don't really have a reason. I just felt like it.
All of the papers save Junpei's have been read. He did some quick calculations in his head.
So this was everyone's vote. Ace and Clover requested door 1.
This was the door on A deck near the central staircase.
7 and Lotus requested door 2.
This was the door on the bottom deck and could be reached by taking the elevator to the bottom of the ship.
Santa and June requested door 6.
This was the door on E deck and could be reached by taking the elevator near the central staircase down.
Then the door I should choose is...
It took him less than a second to run the numbers. Man, he's good at math. I'm not. Fuck you. He opened the seventh piece of paper and spoke.
Okay, the last one is mine. I want to go through...
I guess I get to pick. Door do I want? Ace chose door 1. Again, I have to go through all of them at some point anyway, I'm pretty sure, so... I guess it doesn't really matter. I don't have a 3-sided coin. Well, technically all coins have 3 sides, but you can't land a coin on the rim very easily. So... Here, I'll make it between door 1 and 6. I'm gonna use the cap of this thing. Top 1, bottom 6. Okay, I guess I'm going in 1.
My choice is door 1.
I'm also gonna eat one of these because my throat still hurts. Come to me. Santa was unconvinced. I'm just gonna put that to this real quick.
Hey,
Wait a minute there. You cheating?
Cheating?
I'm asking if you changed your number after you heard what doors we wanted.
How could I do that? I wrote it down on the paper earlier.
Let me see that.
Sure, here. I had 3 pieces of paper ready.
You fucking sneaky
Packed
shit.
one with door 6 on it into the pot. I just needed to make sure I drew last. After I saw everyone else's result, I just chose whatever door I wanted. If the number I'd already put in matched, then I didn't have to switch the paper out.
I literally just flipped a bottle cap.
Well, what does it say?
You got lucky.
Mate, what's...
Very well. We've decided who will go through door 1.
It's not even that weird.
It will be Clover, Junpei, and myself. Our only problem is the 2 remaining teams.
June and I want door 6.
Lotus and I want door 2.
That's not good. We can't open either of those doors with only 2 people. Aw.
Fine. 7, we'll go through door 6.
Sure thing. I didn't really want to go through door 2 anyway. Besides, if we've got a younger girl with us, it'll lower the average age.
Like, I can switch that back
Right,
now.
June?
Well, I
Junpei acts pretty raw to go through door 3. Really? June was at a loss for words. Lotus was not.
Pig. You just wait and see.
The slide. The slide. Her eyes were the eyes of a woman prepared to kill. A shiver ran down Junpei's spine.
Calling me old. This is why men are such a pain in the ass. They're about as subtle as a brick.
And they're at it again.
Even after they separated at the staircase, Lotus was still muttering angrily to herself.
I'll see you later, June.
Jumpy.
Circumstances dictated that I almost said Jumpy. Junpei and June would have to part ways again, but this time it didn't sting quite so much.
Don't make that face. It'll be like what 7 said.
We aren't going to be split up permanently till we find door 9. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we won't be able to open door 9. That's how the notary game works.
Seven's words took a weight off of Junpei's shoulders and felt much better.
It'll be fine. I'll see you soon.
It's like a mosquito or like a fly buzzing around her head.
All right. See you later.
Lingering uneasy remained, but they went their separate directions without much trouble. You know, last night I was making like my dog food before I was starting the stream. I guess I didn't mention it because I don't know. I was making the food, and like as I was doing it, a fly like dropped in front of me dead. Like just like fell in front of me and buzzed a little bit and then died in front of me. I don't know. It's just a very strange thing to see. Can't say that's ever happened to me before. Is it a bad omen? Who knows? Junpei, Ace, and Clover headed toward A deck.
Here's A deck. It was the door on the left, right?
That should be it, yes.
I actually forgot that Clover was coming into this door. I just wanted to have some more dynamic with him, I guess.
Then here we go.
It opened and they walked through.
It's just as Santa and Lotus said.
At the end of the hallway sat a door with a large red 1 upon it.
A numbered door.
To the left of it, bolted to the wall, was the red.
There's the red. I'll go first.
Ace went first and waved his wrist over the scanner panel.
Now the 2 of you, if you would.
Junpei was next. Finally, listlessly, Clover lifted her arm. She leaned toward the scanner panel. The third asterisk clicked to life, shining brightly. Ace took hold of the lever.
Now,
He took a deep breath and turned to Junpei and Clover.
are you ready? Shall I pull it?
Yeah, anytime.
Clover said nothing. She nodded, a little more than a lethargic twitch of the head.
Very well then. Let's go. 3, 2, 1.
I skipped the text by accident. Whoops. He still played the voice, though.
And it's open! Move it!
They stumbled into the room. Time to die.
Where is it?
When was the last time I saved? I keep fucking forgetting to do that. Frantically, Junpei scanned the room. His eyes stopped on the device that would determine whether they lived or died.
There it is! Over there!
Next to the door they'd come through was the dead. As one, they ran to it. They put their hands over as if they were fighting for it.
It stopped.
Yes, it did.
Junpei could feel his heart pounding against the inside of his ribs. Ace and Clover were breathing hard and fast.
Whew. I don't believe I'll ever get used to that.
I'm not sure it's something I'd want to get used to.
Yeah, that would have been a good time for the running sound. I closed it, though. Unfortunately, all I've got is Megalovania occasionally playing. 1 hour of silence occasionally broken with a reverb fart. Yeah, I'm gonna, be playing this video every time I stream now. On loop. Yeah.
We should finish this game before imminent death becomes a normal thing.
I agree.
Now then.
Oh, my body hurts. Junpei looked around again, this time more slowly.
There's another door.
Why do these drawers irritate me? They're too long. Fix that. Please fix that.
Let's try opening it.
Please break them in half. He took hold of the knob easily and gently pulled it open.
So,
Ooh.
This is the wheelhouse?
He closed the door again and turned to Ace and Clover. Well, I'm glad I picked this door. This is a cool location. He fixed each in turn with a meaningful stare, then spoke. Hold on a minute. Let me... Outside the cabins. Okay, so I'm fine. I just wanted to see if I could, go back with this. Maybe the saving doesn't really make a difference since I can go back and do this like this. Yeah, like this, like this, like this. What have I missed? Novel, escape, novel. So I'm here now. Oh, that's interesting. This path only has one ending. I'm pretty close to the end, sort of. There's a lot to do in here, though. Just ignore that. Just pretend like that didn't happen. He fixed each in turn with a meaningful stare and then spoke.
Ace, you investigate the wheelhouse next door.
Very well.
Clover, you're in charge of this room. Say something.
Okay, I will.
All right then, let's get started.
That's where the fun really begins. And by that I mean the stream is going to end now. Yeah, I'm gonna save and probably be done for tonight. It seems like a good place to leave off. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I think I'm gonna be done for tonight. I've been streaming for over 4 hours. I was gonna stop earlier, but the game was kind of just on autopilot. The fucking saliva in my mouth for some reason has lost all viscosity and it's making it hard to talk. And I don't understand why. Probably has to do with these fucking Alka-Seltzer tablets. Although that's not usually something that happens with them, but whatever. But yeah, no, I'll get back to this soon. How do you escape the fucking game? I forget. I think escape. It's just escape. I like this game a lot. This port is kind of weird though. It's a little janky. But yeah, no, this was great. Yeah, I'm gonna get back to this soon. I'll probably be back later tomorrow with. I'll be back tomorrow with more thing. Thank you. Bye bye.